And welcome to the North Rock School District and Workshop, where the Dr. Gregory Polisky is the proud superintendent. At this time, we are open for public comments. Public comments. You need to go sit down. Public comments.
Turn his mic off.
That's a good one, Mr. Taylor.
Public comments. And that there are no public comments, this meeting is officially called to order. At this time, we will have the roll call of the board members. Here.
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 Here. Present.
Executive closed session per North Little Rock School District Policy 114A, stating that private or closed discussion by the board may occur as part of a regular or special school board meeting. Executive sessions may be held only for the purpose of considering employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, discipline, or the resignation of an employee, or to discuss matters of pupil punishment if requested by the parent or legal guardian. No resolution, agreement, or motion shall be considered in executive session shall be legally binding unless the board reconvenes in a public session and present the items for vote of the membership. Further, Arkansas Title 25, Chapter 19, Section 106, 2C1 states, the specific purpose of the executive session shall be announced in public before going into executive session. Please join me in the executive closed session for discussing the following matter: employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, discipline, or the resignation of an employee.
floor.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Vice President, members of our Board of Education, the superintendent recommends action item 5.1, the employment of personnel as discussed in executive closed session.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the employment of personnel as discussed in executive closed session.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Vote. Call for the vote. Everyone's good?
Yep.
All right. Done. Next.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, the superintendent recommends 5.2. This is a district communication support plan, and this is to be able to work with Woodbury Associates. As you know, we always strive to have the highest level of communication and in-time communication to our employees, to our community, in a timely manner. This recommendation is based on where we currently are in our current communication efforts. You know, this is one of my goals about improving communication, specifically in the area of social media. Mr. Barnes, God bless him, he is a one-man show, and Dustin does a phenomenal job. And
We can do better than that.
I mean, all in one day, Mr. Barnes could be doing an FOI request to a press release to doing video. And for a school district our size, just to have one individual, it's more than necessary that we continue to support. We're also going through change and transformation. We're also going through and where we've got to be able to communicate with strategic initiatives that our families, our constituents all understand the reasons why we're doing things. We also, because I know this was a question that was sent to me earlier today, you know, have we looked at any other local firms? We have. We've actually looked at a couple local firms in Little Rock, but based upon where we are as a school system today, I'm making this recommendation because it's not only a communications audit, this is also a communications plan. It's also around strategy on getting our message out, as well as there's a lot of misinformation out there right now. And what we want to be able to do is provide factual information to our community. This is only a 6-month contract. This is not something long-term. This is simply to jumpstart and support Mr. Barnes and our communication efforts as we look to a longer-term strategic plan and resources in the long term.
Madam Chair, may I?
You can speak first. Would you like to go first? Ms.
Sure.
Wood?
Oh, I thought I was, okay.
Oh, I was going to start with Mr.
Okay, well, go
Steele.
on, start over there, that's fine.
Yes, when you get down, you might have to talk so long. It's on you, Ms. West.
No, go on, Mr. Steele, you start first.
Thank you, Madam President. I
They do me bad.
in general, agree with the concept. I'd like to know a little bit more about this organization and what they've done before and the successes that they've had, particularly with school districts. I'd like a little more information on that, and I agree, Mr. Barnes needs help, but I don't want to see that help for just 6 months. I like to bring on some people who can develop a communications department, so to speak, and I'm not talking about a lot of people, but beyond 6 months, so we can continue to communicate with people and improve our communications with our community. And I think that's definitely something that we need to focus on and do. I think he definitely needs some support and help, but I'd rather see that long term than short term. I'm not saying I've made a decision on it, but I'd like to a little more time to just look at this.
Ms. Walker.
Thank you.
Something needs to be done. I agree. We need to just kind of evaluate, see what our options are, and then maybe think about it. I don't want to do a yes or a no tonight. I need to contemplate this.
Okay, Dr. Redis.
They've said what I was going to say, so ditto. I just need a little bit more time.
Okay, Ms. Temple?
Don't say you didn't.
Well,
That's already been used.
I'm in agreement too, but I also feel like we need to focus on our methods that allow people to come to us with issues so we can address them in-house before they hit the streets and turn into misinformation.
Ms. West?
Dustin, first of all, thank you so much for all you do as far as for us and as far as the school district and as far as the students. And, you know, it's a lot to ask of you to, you know, to be at all the schools and every function and to write whatever you need to write and run social media. That's a lot. And I noticed something before this meeting started. I counted you yawn 5 times before we even got to 5:30. So therefore it says to me that you are tired. So you are in need of support. However, I would like to, you know, for us as a board to wait just, you know, for a little while, and that's just to make sure that we have done our due diligence as far as we understand exactly what this PR firm does and what all can be included, and what type of, you know, have they worked with school districts before? We need just a little bit more information, and I think that part of our job and I'm speaking to the public, is to make sure that we're good stewards of the financials and just making sure we have all of the facts so we can make an educated or better understood decision. So I would be in favor of us I'm just going to make a motion to table it to our next board meeting if possible.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we postpone, table this agenda with the Woodbury Company
Don't be
until
mad,
the next
Dustin.
board meeting.
So, okay. Just so I'm clear, it sounds like more information about their work with school districts. We can get that for you. They've worked with a variety of state departments of education as well as school districts. I know the example that we asked about was currently in California, but we'll be happy to bring that back to the board at our next meeting. So this item, you would like it on the next agenda, on the regular school board agenda as an action item. Is that correct?
I've
just
been
need a
across-
vote.
With more information?
Okay,
And is
so-
it just any other information other than their work with school districts?
And then what all is included in that, and can you, you know, expound on that as far as yeah, if when we talk about like the capital campaign, can that be included in it too? Because, I mean, that would be unfair to put that off on Dustin to try to now market that. So,
And that is an agenda topic tonight, that you're going to
Right.
get some information
Right.
about capital improvement projects and all of that. And, okay, I
yeah, because
can,
we don't want to run him out.
Okay,
But we
want
want
you
to
to
make sure
stay.
it's not just all videos.
Are you through,
that
Ms.
we're
Patterson?
providing.
That's-
Ms. West,
Yes.
thank you very much. Okay, it
For
has
now.
been moved and properly second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None, so the motion is carried.
Go back to the employment of personnel, because I jacked that up, sorry.
Okay.
I was
know,
like,
that's- Afterwards, I was like, wait a minute, I jacked that.
Dr.
That was
Phillips.
my fault.
okay, but
you want me to make that recommendation again?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, the superintendent recommends action item 5.1, which is the employment of personnel, as discussed in executive closed session.
Again, I move that we approve the superintendent's recommendation for employment of personnel.
second.
It has been moved and properly second that we accept the recommendation 5 of action 5.1, the employment of personnel. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, so the motion is carried. Thank you.
But it
Thank you.
goes to show that we're not perfect.
Thank you, Madam President, members of our Board of Education. The next action item is 5.3, Community Service Learning Partnership. Application, as you know, on our students, this is for Ozark Mission Project that you have before you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I so move that we accept agenda item 5.3 for approval. for the Community Service Learning Partner application.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. We accept the Community Partner Information Organization, the Ozark Mission Project. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. So the motion is carried.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
move that we adjourn and go into workshop.
Madam Chair,
It has been moved
Madam
properly
Chair,
second.
one
that we
point
adjourn
before
to
we-
go- excuse
just one point. We have talked about him before, but I wanted to body to recognize Mr. Barnes. I think, Mr. Barnes, you received a national award. Is that correct? So when we recognize you, who's going to take your picture?
I love it.
Madam President, I'd like to know what that award was. I saw it on social media. Can you tell us what that?
Good evening.
Mr.
Good
Dustin
evening.
No Help Barnes.
So it was, I'm a member of the National School Public Relations Association, which is made up of communications directors all across the country. We submit different programs that we've done to use strategic communication, and it's called like the SMART objectives. So SMART objectives, strategic, measurable, you know, all of those kind of acronyms. And so I submitted a Night of Honors on behalf of the district, showing how we had a goal, we exceeded our goal as far as fundraising, and how we got other businesses, new businesses every year to give to the organization, to give to the district for Night of Honors, and so I was recognized for that.
Congratulations.
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 Thank you, Madam President.
You still need some help.
Dr. Paluski, real quick, I think it'll be, you know, just a good point to make that it's so many good things going on in the North Little Rock School District. And we have great people that work here, and we have faithful people. And no matter how it is spun out there, you know, my challenge is for every employee is to be, you know, remain focused on the business at hand, which is each individual child. And it's a lot of work to do. It's a lot of work that has been done. And, I mean, it's a day-to-day process. Rome wasn't built in a day. So, you know, one thing about it, you can just add a brick every day. And I'm committed to adding a brick, whether I'm, you know, here or not. But I'm committed to adding a brick to what is going to help and be a solution and not be a part of the problem. So that would be my challenge to every employee. And I'm so excited for school getting ready to start. And this, of course, every beginning of the new school year is a chance to hit the reset button and to come back and be refreshed and be ready to, you know, pour into little minds. That's all I have to say.
We're ready
Dr.
for,
Paluski.
we adjourned to workshop.
Okay, yes. We have officially adjourned, everybody. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
At this time, we will come into the informational items with the opening of school report with Dr. Gregory Paluski,
Yes, ma'am.
With his pink tie.
administrative opening.
I'll ask Dr. Hooper and Ms. Lightfoot and Ms. Jordan to join me as we get this started,
Come on down.
because you're going to see a revolving door of our staff tonight to showcase. Madam President, members of our Board of Education, for the record, my name is Greg Paluski, the proud superintendent of the North Little Rock School District. Joining me in front here today, but just because they're in the process of their slide deck after mine, Dr. Tori Hooper, our fabulous Deputy Superintendent of Schools, Ms. Tracy Lightfoot, Executive Director of Elementary School Performance, and Ms. Amy Jordan, our Executive Director of Secondary School Performance, both fabulous as well. This is always one of my most exciting times of the year because it is the opening of a new school year. And one of the most fabulous things that I always love personally about school is it's a new start. It's a new beginning, learning from last year, improving on this year. So this is our annual report to the community as well as our school board about all the positive things that are happening and all the things that all of the leaders behind me tonight are going to share with you in preparation for a fabulous school year. Before we begin, I think it's very important that we understand a little bit of local context. And some of that local context, as we know, there's a new law that's called LEARNS. I've had the privilege and the honor of meeting with Secretary Oliva many times. I've heard him speak very many times. And the first question that he often asks in an audience is, where does Arkansas rank in among all 50 states as it relates to academic achievement? And he often cites U.S. News and World Report, which is shown here, that Arkansas ranks 43 out of 50 states for its overall education in public or pre-K through 12 and into higher education. The next question the Secretary often asks is, why have we been getting the results that we've been getting? And why haven't state results improved? And one of the things that he often talks about is systems and structures at a state level as it relates to improving teaching and learning. And you're going to see some of those things, which is a similar message of the work that we're doing here in North Little Rock. As mentioned, you know, the LEARNS Act, which I believe August 1st went into place, which anytime in an organization, you have to understand what's happening up above you. There are major changes in education, which is a positive thing happening here in Arkansas, and it does have a direct impact on us locally. These are just highlighted areas. I'm not going to go through each one of them, but you obviously know that safety is always, as we teach, our number one priority, and teaching and learning is just our expectation. There's significant changes, and you're going to hear a lot about this tonight of the work of the curriculum department, in which the state has changed the standards in English language arts and mathematics. Those standards, which is what we refer to as what students need to know and be able to do, which I think this is a game changer for teachers because they've made the standards more clear. The nomenclature is more clear. If it's more clear for teachers, it's going to be more clear for students. So that's a big shift that's coming statewide. The second thing is the new assessment system. You're going to hear a little bit about some ACT Aspire results tonight. That assessment now goes away, and in comes Atlas, which is the new state assessment, 3 through 10, and then at the high school level, it looks like there'll be end-of-course assessments. We are very excited about this as a group of educators because now we're going to have an assessment that is completely aligned with the standards about what we're teaching. More importantly, the State Department, and I applaud this, has created a testing blueprint. Now we're going to know, teachers are going to know what percentage of the test is tested. What standards are actually tested? Is it 50% on these standards? That's a game changer as well. Obviously, literacy and numeracy are a major driver within the LEARNS Act. You're going to see some things here that, number one, Arkansas as well as North Little Rock has gotten it right with the science of reading. We want to be able to deepen that. There's a big push around literacy plans and specifically getting students that are not reading on grade level, as well as in numeracy as well. The career-ready pathways, we are very poised with this as well with our career academies as we look toward alternatives, our career pathway diploma, and then VAM data, which is basically our value-added data, which is going to be a driver of continuing conversation between principals and leaders about the teacher's effectiveness and its effectiveness on teaching and learning. So that kind of sets the frame, and over these last couple years as we've engaged in a conversation about setting a new direction here in North Little Rock with that framework of being vision ready. And we've been working on that, and I mentioned in my goals, are we there yet to that point of sharing that? Yes, we're at that critical point of looking at our strategic plan as well. Do want to remind everybody not to go through our vision and mission, our new one that we drafted, but this is our moral purpose. And we said as a community that all children will achieve. They'll have a high-quality teacher, leader, and be in a safe and healthy learning environment. And I love that the board took this stand. We will not allow an achievement gap in the North Little Rock School District, which is our driving purpose of the decisions that we make. To date, just to give you some, again, the public as well as our community about where are we? since November 1st of 2021 or 2020, there are some driving documents that have led to our decision making. I am proud to say that we have become a data decision making school district and school. You're very familiar with the superintendent's 100-day transition plan that kind of outlines the work ahead, the school board's resolution to support that work. Just about 1 year ago today, Dr. Farrell sat before you in that 300-page curriculum management audit. And if you remember, one of the takeaways that he said, just like Secretary Lee was saying, why are you getting the results that you're getting? These are systemic issues here in the North Little Rock School District, and one of the things that he pointed to was a lack of systems and structures and expectations in the cycle of teaching and learning. We're going to talk about that. And last is our 5-year strategic plan and our ongoing data analysis. You've seen this chart before. What this simply chart is, Mrs. McNulty put this together. This is our school quality, or this is not school quality index. This is the Every Student Succeeds Act index. What this shows on the left is pre-pandemic. In the center shows pandemic, and then it shows post-pandemic. We always teach and preach that the pandemic is not an excuse. But this is our reality. We currently have 10 schools that are below a C, period. 10 schools below a C. And when you see that, those are 4 F campuses, 6 campuses that are at D, 2 campuses that are a C, and 1 that is a B. We've said this before when we brought this up, that when you look at this data, you look at the accountability. Could this school district be taken over by the state? Yes, it could. Not improving is not an option. Not improving is not an option. Historically, you don't have to look far to see where school districts locally have been taken over. Little Rock, Pulaski County, Pine Bluff, most recently, Marvel-Elaine. The standard is higher, and the standard needs to be higher. But this is our reality, and we're going to show you some data today. We will come back. But when we talk about a sense of urgency and where we come from, it's about the data and leading with the data. I know you've seen my goals, but I want to make one connection to the first bullet. And our goal here is by 2026, increase the number of students at grade level in reading and math for incoming first graders. We know to close the achievement gap has to start with early childhood and school readiness. You're going to hear from Miss Chris tonight and all the fabulous work. But if you look at that data, let's just look at reading. You'll see that 48% of our students at or above grade level. That's more than half of our students that are not on grade level. In the LEARNS Act, and to tie this together about the sense of urgency, in 2 years, so our first graders now, in 2 years, they become third graders. If they are not on grade level or above, they will be retained by the law. And that's what it says. So that's a sense of urgency. When you have half of the students in those first grade, we've got work to do. And, as we always talk about, the clock's ticking. It's ticking right now. Our focus will always remain on our students and being data-driven, and you're going to hear a lot about that support as we move forward. And that's in the second one. I know, I've just heard this recently, some folks hearing us, talk about change, and this is the research-based model that we use in our transformation work as our Cotter 8-step, and it starts with a sense of urgency. If you look at 10 schools that are below C, and that doesn't move you in some kind of urgency, that's the work all of these leaders behind me that are going to speak to you tonight, that's where they lead from. They lead from a sense of urgency, that there's no time to waste to ensure that we improve the lives of every single child. We also teach the awareness of the change curve. And both of these research-based models are often taught simultaneously together. And we've all been through this process, but I think this is important. We talked about this with our leaders. And any time there's a change, one of the most, and for some, that initial reaction is a shock. Once shock, it becomes denial, becomes disbelief, and then you move into frustration. Frustration can turn into anger. And then anger can move into very low moods. And as time goes on, as you get more experienced with the change and become more familiar with it, that change ends up starting to take on its organizational behavior. I say all that to say that organizational culture and climate is critical for any organization. Does the North Little Rock School District have to work on culture and climate? Yes, we do. Do we have a lot of work to do in this area? Yes, we do. I will be the first one to tell you that. This is an area of focus for us going into this year. We've been spent on, building systems and structures. But in this research model, in any organization culture, artifacts are those visible things, right? Those are those things tangible day to day that we see, behaviors that we see. In values, which get into organizational, that's the day to day, how people are acting in an organization. And then the last is really about assumptions, those unconscious bias that end up playing out that lead us into perceptions about something, or they lead us into a way of thinking or some type of pattern. And I say all of that because we have work to do. We're committed to this work to do. But I also want to address something that we've been hearing from the community and our employees, and that is about retaliation. This school district is not going to tolerate retaliation, period. If that's anybody on this team, if that's anybody in this organization, that's anybody in this school, I'm not going to tolerate it. The board's not going to tolerate it, and nor is anybody on this team. I'm committed to root out any retaliation that if it's going on, I'm going to find out about it, and I'm going to do something about it. I will also tell you, in 6 months in being in this organization, I heard retaliation. This isn't something new that even as I've talked to people way before this administration got here. But I do want to make myself clear because I've heard this about individuals not feeling comfortable with reporting. I want to make the public known. I'm going to make this known next week back to all of our employees that you have options. Option one, if you're being retaliated against or there's an issue, you need to go right to your supervisor. If you're not comfortable with that, you need to contact Human Resources. A third option, I've heard this too, I want to remain anonymous. You can remain anonymous. Under Chief Finks, we've had the Stop It app. The Stop It app is for students, see something, say something. It's for employees, and it's for parents. If you see something in this organization, at your school, in central office that's inappropriate, report it. This is anonymous. It's a third-party reporting tool. Option number 4 that you have, and I know, and I keep saying this because I keep hearing it, Dr. Pelusi, we keep hearing that you can't talk to a board member. That is false. Let me say this again. Anybody can talk to any board member at any time about anything. Let me say that again. Anyone can talk to any board member at any time about anything. In fact, more so that if you're being retaliated against and you don't like options 1, 2, and 3, pick up the phone and call your board member. They represent your constituency, they represent you, they represent your community. And the last option there is number 5, and I've also heard that too. Dr. Pelusi, information's not getting to you. I welcome a conversation in my office with anybody at any time. And I just want to make that clear. We're going to develop a multi-tier approach to this and attack it. This is just the beginning to show our public as well as our employees that you have multiple options. We want to hear about it. We're going to investigate it, and we're going to get down to the bottom of it, period. Now, having said that, we also said that we're going through some significant change, and it's going to take us a while. It's going to take time to turn the school district around, and you'll see that was from the 100-day transition report. We laid out 4 phases, and we're not even through phase 1 yet. As we all know, and part of the change process takes 3 to 5 years. But I'm very excited about what you're getting ready to hear in the next couple moments. And members of our Board of Education, I present to you our executive leadership team. It's going to share with you all the positive things happening in our school district to have one of the best school years ever this year. Madam Deputy.
So good evening, Board President, members of the board, and Dr. Pelusi. Being the Deputy Superintendent of the North Little Rock School District, I have been supporting Dr. Pelusi and his goals. I won't go through each bullet. However, as we entered into our last school year, 22-23, and we are moving into the 23-24 school year, we had less than a year to really make movement, to really make change, to really make impact. So I have been supporting him with organizational structure, collaboration, and really just having a laser focus on instructional programs. With that, some current action items that I was working on. Again, this does not encompass everything, but it's just kind of a broad view, but supporting recommendations for hire, collaboration with cross-functional departments, analyzing our data, and coming up with action plans. I just wanted to briefly just give you a snapshot of some areas of the accountability system as it relates to the assessments that we take from 3rd through 11th, 12th grade. And this is where we can actually gain points at. And so with that, my goal tonight is to really just focus on achievement and growth. And I'll say that again, really just focus on achievement and growth. And what I can say, it's more difficult to get that achievement category than it is the growth, just because, you know, we're going from a lot of in need of support students to really trying to get them on track in less than a school year. But we made some significant gains, and that's the work that I want to speak to. What you see here is our goal from last year was to put systems in place, get tight around them, and really just have those sustainable throughout this year, the following year, so forth and so on. But what you see here are 4 categories, and they are exactly what you hear and see. We had in need of support, and this is the column or the area that we wanted to lower the number of students. Again, in need of support are those students that really needed a lot of support, but we wanted to lower that number and move them to the next category, which was close. You're close, you're ready, and exceeds is where you can receive your points. And I put like golden nuggets in there just to kind of give you a visual of close, we get half of a point. Ready, you get 1 point. You know, exceeds, you can get 1 or 1.25 points. But I wanted you to see the movement. We are trying to move students from the lower end to the higher achievement end. And this is taken right out of the accountability booklet from the state of Arkansas. And what you can see is that you get points just for growing students. We weren't trying to make students get this specific target or specific number, but we were trying to transition students from one column to the next. And just a couple of celebrations. Out of our 13 campuses, we did exclude the pre-K or early childhood campus, but we had 3 out of 13 campuses that met state and national levels on a recently released data, ACT Aspire, but just based on achievement. That's very difficult to do. So we want to recognize those campuses, and I will give the executive directors the opportunity to speak on that. Overall, in a 2-year comparison, we had some increase in math. And again, you can look at data in all types of lenses. However, what we really wanted to do was track cohort to cohort, meaning we're tracking one student, how they performed this year or last year to the next year. So we're looking at cohorts of students so that we can see that growth. Also, we saw movement in 9th and 10th grade in science. But what we really are seeing is that the systems that we're putting in place, they are beginning to align despite all the obstacles that we faced this past school year, from the tornado to closing of school due to weather, you know, due to the bat issue. But again, we had many distractions, and we kept pushing ourselves. We kept going. We kept setting the standard high. And we just had to keep encouraging our leaders, you got to stay focused. You got to keep your mind on who's in front of you at this moment in time. With this, again, we wanted to acknowledge the campuses that move the achievement index, meaning they are getting their students to meet that achievement line. What you can see, there are 8 specific schools, but we really wanted to highlight Meadow Park and Glenview, just because Glenview made double digits in achievement. Glenview is an F campus. We are not statisticians, and we are not saying they are making this grade. However, we're seeing some promising celebrations in the very near future. We also highlighted Meadow Park. They were almost at 10 points, but they had 7.75 gain. That is a lot to celebrate. Again, we had Amboy, Crestwood, Lakewood, Indian Hills, 7th Street, and the high school. But again, this is just preliminary data when it came to the achievement index in reading and math. Another item that we wanted to speak on were campuses that kind of moved backwards. However, they are still able to show some type of growth. But this was just based on the achievement piece, and that was Boone Park Ridge Road, the 6th grade campus, 7th, 8th, and the Center of Excellence. Although their scores did not go up in achievement, they will still be able to show some type of improvement once the calculation for growth, attendance, SQSS comes out. But again, we just wanted to just be transparent in that piece. Some more celebrations. Remember I said we were trying to get a lot of our students from that in need of support bucket. That takes a very heavy lift, and I want to acknowledge our leaders, our teachers, our community members, because we saw campuses that moved double digits, as you can see. They moved students that really, really needed that support, and they took them out of that area of in need of support, and they moved them to the area where they started earning points. As you can see, Crestwood had 22%, Glenview 14%, Meadow Park 14%, Ridge Road 15%. I won't go through all of these, but I want you to look at Glenview 29%, Glenview 50% in English. I mean, this, we just really need to acknowledge the work that our principals did. Amboy was shut down the longest due to the storm that impacted us, and he pushed through. So we're excited about that community and the work that they're doing as well. With the reconfiguration of 7th Street, we saw gains in there as well. We continue to push through based on the systems that were put in place. We also want to recognize those campuses again in all contents that were assessed, moving students into that ready column. So they're earning 1 point per student that are getting there. And again, we had campuses that showed double-digit gains. And won't go through all of them, but again, look at 7th Street, they moved in the English column. Look at Glenview, Indian Hills, Amboy 7th, 8th campus, Lakewood in the science. But again, we really want to highlight the work that took place in less than a year. More celebrations, exceeding. We're pushing students, we're pushing leaders to really be systematic when it comes to the systems that are on campus, looking at the systems that are taking place in classes. And again, we had some double-digit gains there in the exceeding area. Just some best practices that were put into place, many of which you all have heard of. They're micromanaging us. We don't have autonomy of our class. However, we did have to put in systems district-wide to ensure instruction, effective instruction was taking place in each and every classroom. Yes, we still have some work to do, but what the expectations were starting off from the school year was that small group was taking place in every classroom. Delivery of bell to bell from the time students entered in until the time students entered out, ensuring that we taught on grade level, ensuring that the targets were just posted on the board to ensure that we were pacing ourselves, planning for our professional learning communities, and ensuring our classrooms are clean and organized. And what you heard a lot of was, or were the classroom walkthroughs. We did require leaders to be in the classrooms, visiting at least 10 classrooms per week. Yes, that may seem a lot. However, that's only about 2 or 3 classes per day. And that's more, you're able to be flexible with that time, but we had to get them in the classroom. So with that, you do see leaders going in and out of the classroom, but we had to ensure that teachers were pacing themselves to ensure that we got through the curriculum. Our next steps, continuing to work on the vacancies, providing principals with either intensive, moderate, or a light type of support from the district. Now that we know where our data is preliminary wise, we can either do a gradual release, or we can really give them a prescriptive support where we can say, hey, this is where your area of growth is, this is where you need more support, and this is how we're going to do it. Creating campus goals, looking at their strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. What intensive support looks like for a campus, we're looking at goals, we're looking at their data. They will receive 2 instructional walks per year, so one will be in the fall, the other one will be in the spring. Really diving into their literacy and math block to ensure that we are meeting the needs of all students and the delivery of state and district assessments. And again, it will have to be prescriptive just because either they're not moving or they're moving backwards. Light to moderate, goal setting will still occur, implementation of those non-negotiables. However, only one instructional walk will occur. We still have to implement the standards. That's required from the state. However, they will have flexibility with their early release of professional development with the collaboration and support of their executive director. And again, check-ins will still be provided, toolkits will still be provided, but again, their support will be more light, a gradual release just based on their data and where they are. Last but not least, we did have a principal debrief last week based on, the recent data that was published and released. And this is some of the feedback that principals gave us, and just due to principals not being aware, or their staff not being aware of what they submitted, I wanted it to be acknowledged that this is actually what principals submitted in terms of what type of support they wanted. Many of them do want intensive support. Intensive support means that, hey, this is the area that I need some hands-on or some side-by-side coaching with from the coordinators or from my director in this specific content. So I wanted that to be transparent as well. And they will collaborate with their directors once school gets up and moving after next week to set some goals for their campus and begin pushing the work forward. And with that,
Excuse me, before you go on, Dr. Hooper, so we won't get them confused and the board may forget, we'd like to have a comment or anything on the report just given Dr. Steele.
No, I'll wait till after this.
Okay then,
I'm all set, thank you.
okay then, you all agree to wait. Okay then, thank you, we can move on.
Thank you, Dr. Hooper.
I'm Tracy Lightfoot, and I'm Executive Director of Elementary School Performance. And in this part, I would like to share with you the activities that I've been focused on in getting to a strong school start for the 23-24 school year. And these are some of the activities as far as hiring, my participation in developing, planning the Leadership Institute, working collaboratively and supporting our school principals, working with our principals in regard to budget and acquiring new talent in our district and leadership. Also have had the pleasure to take part in the hiring of our 2 elementary principals that is joining our strong team and building a very strong bench of Tier 2 leaders. With that being said, a focus is on the plan. We talk about those non-negotiable systems. We talk about those systems that we, as part of our superintendent's plan, to move our district forward. So I'd like to share at this time just a snapshot of improving student outcomes in 22-23. Crestwood, Glenview, Indian Hills, Lakewood, and Meadow Park experienced academic growth by double digits. Crestwood, Lakewood, and Indian Hills surpassed the state and nation in academic achievement.
that's where you shout.
That's right.
Write that down. Write that down.
And 7th Street Elementary School, which has been our systematically failing school, who was our level 5 school,
Correct.
improved student outcomes by the growth index in academic achievement and growth.
Y'all missing the shout part. Come on with it.
And science.
Very good.
The elementary executive director supports principals in the observation feedback protocol, the implementation of a PLC framework, and the development of strong distributive leadership practices. This is the plan. It is intentional. It is what we communicated at the beginning of our year. So to increase the number of students in the performance band of Ready, this is achievement. When we speak about closing the achievement gap, students in those buckets, if you remember the slide that Dr. Hooper presented, this is in the Ready. That is the students that are at grade level. 4 of 9 of our elementary schools performed at Ready. 1 of 9 increased by double digits in reading. In mathematics, 8 of 9 elementary schools increased the number of students in the Ready bucket. 4 of those increased in double digits. In English, 8 of 9 elementary schools increased the number of students in the performance band of Ready. 5 of them increased by double digits. And in science, 7 of our 9 elementary schools increased the number of students in the performance band of Ready, and 2 of them did so by double digits. Our highlights, Glenview, a high priority school, grew by double digits in 3 subtests. Crestwood and Indian Hills grew by double digits in 2 subtests. And 7th Street, our highest priority school, increased students in all 4 subtests.
I ain't have to tell y'all this time, Staff.
In the area of achievement, and that is the bucket on the right, that is students that are achieving beyond. We're pushing levels of learning and earning points, and children are going beyond. The elementary executive director aligns data and data-driven school performance with our curriculum and innovation team and professional development to ensure high levels of teaching and learning. In reading, 7 of our 9 elementary schools increased the number of students in the exceeds bucket. In mathematics, 8 of our 9 elementary schools increased the number of students in the exceeds bucket. In English, 8 of 9 elementary schools improved the number of students in exceeds, and in science, 8 of 9 as well improved in elementary schools. Lakewood grew by double digits in reading. Amboy, Lakewood, and 7th Street grew by double digits in English. And you said what? And 7th Street.
And 7th Street.
Increased as well. The elementary executive director supports...
And Crestwood, did we?
I'm sorry, we'll go back. We will make sure.
Yeah. Crestwood grew.
Crestwood grew by double digits in science. You did an excellent job, excellent job. The elementary executive director supports our principals, and I call them my fleet and our team, because they have worked hard, and we are trying to help them to build their capacity for instructional change through professional learning and coaching in best practice instructional strategies. It is observed through our process. It is our instructional walks and our rounds, and they're centered around 11 focused instructional practices on every campus. So in the area of growth, remember the bucket to the left, where our goal is to reduce the number of students in need of support, and then you move them to the next to be close, because you really want them to be ready in the achievement. In this area, our children grew in reading. 8 of 9 elementary schools decreased the number of students in that bucket. 4 of them did it in double digits. Yeah. In mathematics, 100% of elementary schools decreased the number of students in the needed support bucket, and 4 of them did it by double digits. In English, 8 of 9 elementary schools decreased the number of students in the need of support, and 6 of 9 did so by double digits. And in science, 8 of 9 of our elementary schools decreased the number of students in need of support, and 6 of the 9 did so by double digits. Glenview, again, our high priority school, grew by double digits in each subtest. They grew in each subtest. Crestwood, Meadow Park, Ridge Road grew by double digits in 3 subtests. We are moving the needle, we are following the plan, and we are making progress for all the students in our school district.
All right.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Paluski. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. Amy Jordan, Executive Director of the Secondary School Performance. You know that when Ms. Lightfoot presents and I present, our information a lot of times is very similar. So you're going to see a lot of the same types of information. Numbers are different in some of the areas, but I do want you to see when I get to the test data, it does look a little bit different at the secondary level. So here it says a lot of work this summer in supporting hiring. That number 45 is, I think, over 50 now that you've been in executive session. So we continue to chip away at those openings, as well as assistant principals, helping with the athletic director hire, some coaching, and also our director of school effectiveness and literacy enforcement. We've helped facilitate the Leadership Institute, where our two main focus areas were safety and security, and of course teaching and learning. Assisting principals in getting themselves ready to open school. Working specifically with the 7th and 8th grade campus, with their leadership team, and helping them determine a school-wide discipline plan and how their first 2 weeks of school are going to look. We have a very specific plan ready at that campus. Also hiring 2 deans on that campus and a new assistant principal. And of course, we're collaborating on professional development that's coming up. Work closely with the curriculum department. Again, you're hearing the repeats of what Ms. Lightfoot said, but please know that we are always in tandem. So. All right, so we're going to see very similar types of information here, but the numbers are going to be different at the secondary level. I do want to point out that when you look at the campuses listed, you won't see the academy. Just as a reminder, the academy does not have its own LEA. It's not its own school building. Those students' data feed back into their home campus. So it's not listed because of it not achieving. It's not listed because it's not its own LEA campus. So same thing here. You're going to see the number of students in achievement, where we're trying to get them on grade level. The increasing the number of students who are in the ready performance band. We had that happen in reading at the 6th grade campus. We saw it in math at the 6th grade campus. In English, that happened at 6th grade, 7th and 8th grade, and the Center of Excellence. And in science, at the 6th grade campus. So again, that's ready, meaning on grade level for those particular subtests. And again, at the top of the list here, where you're looking at students who are exceeding, so they're above grade level in their work. They're the ones that you're really trying to get students moving over into that category. The 6th grade campus increased the number of exceeding students in reading. We did not have a campus that moved to more students in exceeding in math. In our English category, we saw increases in the 6th grade campus and the North Little Rock High School. And in science, the 6th grade campus and the Center of Excellence. So again, that's moving those students to that highest level of achievement. And then again, growth. So that's moving from the in needs of support up to close, potentially more than that, but we at least out of the in need of support band. So moving them into categories that receive points. In reading, we saw that improvement at the 6th grade, the 7th and 8th grade, and the North Little Rock High School. In math at the 6th grade campus, in English at the 6th grade campus, and in science at the Center of Excellence. I do want to say, of course, the work is more cut out for us at the secondary level. And we're mimicking and doing the exact same thing now from pre-K through 12. And so you're going to see this improve over time. I know Dr. Ploufsky mentioned earlier being excited about the state assessment. We don't say that very often in education, but we truly are, because we now see the target. We know the target. In the past, I don't know if you were aware, the ACT Aspire did not release items. We didn't really know what the target was going to be, and it was a predictor of student success on the real ACT. This assessment with the Atlas is going to be based on the standards that the students are being taught, and we're going to see their achievement, I want to say in real time, meaning did they really meet these standards this year that we've taught. So I think with those non-negotiables that we've talked about, you hear us talk about anchor charts, you hear us talk about small group, you hear us talking about interactive notebooks, about PLCs, our instructional walks and rounds. Those aren't just made up items, those are research-based best practices that we're putting in place systematically so that every child that walks in the door of a North Little Rock Public School is ready to learn and receiving the best instruction they can, so that our data continues to improve, but also so that they're just better readers, writers, thinkers, mathematicians, and citizens.
I want to pause you for a second. So I'm seeing 6th grade across the board on all 3 buckets, if you will. They've
Correct.
had growth.
Correct.
Kudos to 6th grade
Yes.
campus.
Thank you. That's it for our portion. Is this a good time for questions, Madam President?
Do you want to have questions at each change? Or do you want to just ask them as they go? Yeah, we'll just keep it going.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Thank you then.
Then we'll have Dr. Nickerson, our Director of School Effectiveness and Literacy Enforcement. Welcome, Dr. Nickerson.
Good evening. I am Dr. Nickerson. I am the newly hired Director of School Effectiveness and Literacy Enforcement, and so I am super excited to be in North Little Rock School District. And I certainly have hit the ground running in terms of work to do. I've been working collaboratively with the Executive Director of School Performance to meet individually with campuses, with principals for goal setting, reflecting on their data, and developing those sound structures to start the school year. I've also worked with Ms. Hatch on a plan of entry for ongoing mentoring support for all new teachers coming into the district. So we've been working on that. Additionally, I've just this was the last day of our Assistant Principal Institute, and the purpose of that institute was to ensure that our assistant principals have the tools that they need to coach and support high levels of teaching and learning in the classroom. So I've kind of started that work. Additionally, I've been working with our dyslexia team on developing systems and structures to track the science of reading and RISE data to ensure that all of our personnel have completed that training and that we are in compliance for the upcoming timeline. I've also been working on developing professional learning protocols. We develop professional learning protocols so that we can dive deeper and have deep conversations about the Arkansas standards. We know that we have new standards, and we know that that's going to increase the level of our Tier 1 instruction in the classroom. I know that Ms. West shared that we can build it brick by brick. That's the conversation that I've been having with assistant principals over the last 2 days, that we're going to increase the quality of our Tier 1 instruction brick by brick by making sure that we have there's sound practices in place. Also, I've developed a early release protocol, so in terms of what would happen on those early release days, to make sure that we're focused on instruction and increasing the capacity of teachers on that day. So we developed a calendar for that. We've also been working, I've been working collaboratively with Ms. Rode on PBIS support for each campus, making sure that there's targeted support there, as well as on budgeting. So meeting with targeted campuses to ensure that they're making those sound budgetary decisions and addressing any overages while making sure that they still have the supports that they need in place on their campuses.
Thank you, Dr. Nickerson, and welcome again.
Thank you.
I'll ask Ms. Barker, and then I think we'll join her next will be Dr. White, and then probably Mrs. McNulty. If you want to come up, we'll just make it easier if that's possible. Mrs. McNulty and Ms. Chris. I think we got enough seats up there for everybody.
Good
Welcome,
evening,
Ms. Barker.
Madam President, Board, Dr. Paluski, the community, all of those persons. I am Crystal Barker, the proud parent, community, family engagement outreach coordinator for North Little Rock School District. What I've been working on, I returned on contract on July 24th. As you can see there on the slide, completed our 2023-24 parent and family engagement plan. That is up on the website. It was due August the 1st. I'm working on our training, customer service and hospitality training that'll take place August 7th through the 9th. Highlighting the secret sauce. Sauce standing for speaking a unique communication every day, meaning how we make parents feel And when they come in our buildings, when we communicate with them, whether it's on phone, email, whatever, so we can continue to see those growth numbers that we see, because parents are excited about what's happening in our school. I attended and helped with our student registration on yesterday, was very excited with the number of our Hispanic parents and families that came in and were supported by many translators and assistants, and we got a lot of that taken care of. We're conducting registrations in some of our housing complexes, so meeting the parents where they are. Those that cannot get to the schools, we're going to them. So right now we'll be supporting Shorter Gardens at the 8th Street Baptist Church on Monday, August the 7th. I am in communication with other complexes to ensure that if they need us, we're there as well. Meeting with our PEPs and parent facilitators. I want to just say I'm excited about the alignment of our PEPs coming under, and they worked with me and we worked well all of these years. But now they're going to get aligned where we join at the hip, so that we can ensure that it's engagement and participation, so that we can help with that 15% that just may move it to the next bucket of increase in attendance and lack of the tardy. We want to do a goal of increasing attendance and decreasing the tardies by double digits. So when I sit here next year, I can have me a little bucket and show how we've done that as well. We can clap on that. And doing that, we're going to ensure that we're pushing weekly and home visits. We're not waiting till a student is absent this many days. I'm telling them we need to be in with the teacher saying, if Crystal was out today, let's see why she was out. So we start getting on that earlier, either whether it's a home visit, phone calls, intentional focus and support to our specific students. We know those students that have been absent last year. We're going to drive in on those students, at the beginning of the school year, working with those parents and getting them there. We're going to do another parent phone-a-thon where we just call them and say thank you. Thank you for choosing North Little Rock School District, because we know they could have chosen someone else or somewhere else. We'll continue with our monthly Parent North Star and Great Rise and Recognition, as well as recruiting volunteers and mentors. We're going to push strong, and I need y'all to help me. That NEAT, never ever absent or tarded, that is major. If everyone is saying that in the district, hey, you're a NEAT student, come on now, you NEAT, it's going to start taking hand with parents and students when they get on the bus. Come on, we NEAT. Come on through the cafeteria line, you're a NEAT student. If you see them in Walmart, they're NEAT. And then we're starting to get that mindset, changing that character, that transformation of, I want my child to be never ever absent or tardy. And that's what's going to help increase to those double digits. We're working on a calendar of events where you'll be able to see monthly everything that's going on at every school, so we can all be there to support. The campus feather banners, every school will have a banner. You know the big banners that at the car lots and all of that? Every one of our schools will have one that says, North Little Rock, your future begins here. There's one on display outside. It failed, but we'll set it back up. They will be stuck in the ground. Maintenance has agreed to help me, but I think it's going to be a great message every morning when parents drive up, kids see it, and they'll be able to say that my future starts right here. And we're scheduling, continue the Monday night power sessions. And I'm working on a parent communication. I saw this, it's called POSSIP. It's positive gossip. And we're going to put out with our parents so that we make sure they know what's happening in the North Little Rock School District. Thank you. And any questions?
Can we get a neat shirt? Can we get some neat T-shirts?
Sure.
Yeah,
we'll get you some.
T-shirt. Yeah, we need some neat shirts.
We will.
Yeah.
We'll welcome Dr. White and give a high-level overview of our curriculum, innovation, and design, and then that will be followed by our coordinators of all the support that's being provided for our classroom
So
teachers.
we're super excited to be here, and I'm going to ask the hardest working team in the district, the curriculum team, to please stand and be recognized.
Wow.
Thank you. So Dr. Pelusi gave us the task of summarizing our summer work in about 2 minutes. And I hope that you all were able to go through all of these slides, because you'll see that we've done about 3 years of work in about 3 months. And I'd like to really start by just outlining the purpose of a curriculum and instruction team for our listeners. The purpose of a CNI team is really to provide leadership, support, and guidance in the area of curriculum development, support to teachers, professional development, resource alignment and attainment, also targeted PD. And so our work is really guided around applicable laws, mandates, the superintendent's goals, also data, perceptual information that we get back from our schools, and also our curriculum audit, which the superintendent did mention. So just a summary of some work that I've been engaged in. If you'll take a look at the slides, and I will not read all of them, but first of all, facilitating PD for our administrators around the revised standards. So as you know, we are implementing our ELA standards and our math standards this year. We'll also be implementing social studies standards the following year. We've been able to review and approve instructional resources for our schools in the area of math and ELA. We're currently conducting an audit to find out, what are we using in all of our courses, and then to come up with a plan for getting resources to all of our content areas. Of course, we collaborate with all departments, as you've heard tonight. And then also, we are responding to our curriculum audit, which you'll hear more about a little later. The big thing is, when you take a look at everything that we do, we do ask for principal feedback. We are determining plans based upon their data, but we want to hear from them. And one of the things that I was able to do was to provide them with a survey to really find out, what do you think about our support that we provided last year? Give us some feedback there. And then what support do you feel like you need based upon, your campus needs? And so we're getting in some good feedback around, we want more modeling, or we'd love to have certain coordinators in our building a little more often. So that's feedback that we'll be able to take to leadership to say, hey, when we're devising these plans, maybe we can incorporate some of those pieces as well. So the other thing is analyzing available data. So we did take a look at the ACT Aspire data, not just the aggregate piece around the subject area, but we did take a look at the skills as well, and that informs what we do. If you'll turn to the next slide. Well, I'll turn to the next slide. Sorry. Look, I'm like, turn to the next slide. All right. So I'd really like for you to click on that bullet, if you will, that says here, that hyperlink. Sorry. All right, so I will not read all of these, but like I said, I just want to make sure that our listeners have a really good understanding of some of the work that we are engaged in. I hope you can see this, and I hope you have copies of this. But one of the big pieces is, now that we have revised standards, it has been the task of the curriculum team to go back and to revise the scope and sequences documents that we have, along with the pacing guides. And the big piece here is that scope and sequence is going to tell us over a year what is the content that we're going to cover, versus that pacing guide, which is going to pace out all of those standards across the year and really show what are we covering week to week. So the other thing is that we're doing, let me turn my page. It's a lot. Dr. Paluski told me, do not read your slides, Dr. White. I won't. The other thing is, now we have a protocol for determining guaranteed standards. And this is really big, because this is going to really drive our instruction. It's going to drive what teachers talk about in PLCs. It's going to drive our assessments that we give, and ultimately our interventions as well. So you'll hear more about that as the coordinators come up. We now can say that we have curricular coherence in 612, because now we'll be implementing Envision Math 612, and also My Perspectives in ELA 612. So that's really big. You've heard a lot about the PD that the coordinators have been facilitating, and we're not done yet. They will be facilitating more tomorrow, as well as next week, and they'll talk more about some of those topics that they're covering, everything from determining those guaranteed standards, from structured math and literacy blocks. They are on top of things when it comes to what support do our schools need, and how do we push out that support through professional development. The other thing is, we are reviewing our current assessment practices and really still trying to eliminate some of those assessments that we know are redundant. And we've been able to do that again this year. Ms. McNulty will kind of talk about her work there in that area. And then also Ms. Cruz and Ms. Langston, they'll talk about some work as well with assessments, and kind of weeding out some of those assessments that we give that we know are really giving us the same results over and over, which causes testing fatigue, as you know. And so that really kind of sums up our work in a nutshell. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. McNulty.
All right. Good evening,
Thank you,
Madam
Dr.
Board
White.
President, Dr. Paluski, members of the board. I feel like I come here very often. So my goal is to keep it short. Thank you. Thank you. So when we talk about assessments and the work of accountability, one of the things that we have to talk about is really making sure that we're looking at systems, practices, and protocols. And so that has been the big work of what we are doing in accountability. So take a look. As you can see, there is a plethora of assessments. So yes, we are drilling down. We're looking at, what the assessments are telling us and really eliminating those that we do not need and those that are really essential. Looking at also what the states require as well as what federal guidelines state, and also as a district, what do we really need to utilize to move our kids forward? And so that is one of the key pieces of this work. This year and last year and this summer has been just quite an eye-opening moment, and really getting to know our professional staff, our leaders. They have been so open to all of the work that we've been doing, just really inquisitive about, understanding the ESSA index as far as when we look at how we are held accountable in the different areas that we're rated. So we had an opportunity to really talk to every building about their ESSA index scores and how they performed, and just help them to understand how that system works. And so as we move forward into the new year and the new assessment coming, this is another work that we're going to have to dive in to make sure that they feel comfortable and understand how we're going to be rated. And so one of the things that Dr. Paluski did ask for me and others that are able to is actually jump in and work with the state on hearing and being a part of their feedback committee. And so was able to even do that last week to hear about, talking about strengths of our last assessment outcomes, and also the new system coming, what would we like to see? So was able to be a part of that process. But overall, really the work here is really looking at how to support our teachers, our leaders, in using the data to drive the work for the kids. And that's what we've been doing. And so as you can see, I've outlined all of that information. I work closely with our building test coordinators to understand the testing process, to make sure they have sound systems in place, and to also help them to understand how to go back and utilize the data and read the data so that it's understood for all. Principals often feel comfortable enough to call and request when they need support in their buildings, so we present it to principals on their data, as well as meeting with teams upon request on how to use data to drive the instruction in the classroom.
Mrs. McNulty,
yes.
Just very, very briefly, could you share very, very briefly
Yeah.
about the importance of testing at 95%?
Yes.
We didn't talk about that. And then how many of our schools tested 95% of their students this
Yes.
upcoming school year?
Yes, that's the state wants us to test 95% of our schools. Of our students. That's just a state expectation. If we don't, we are held accountable for that piece. And this year, I have to tell you, we met the 95% and above. The high school, wow, and secondary level, they just worked extremely hard to make sure that that happens, looking at all the students that they have to service. And so when we look at it, we have made sure that we are tight with appeals. There shouldn't be any appeals, but if there are, we're going to be ready to fight that battle, because we have data to say that we have really focused on making sure that all the students that needed to be tested were tested. So Dr. Paluski, we should have no issues with that at all.
No, and I want to recognize the high school specifically, because they were on an intense level at the State Department for not meeting 95% testing for the last 3 years, and they hit it this year.
They hit
so
it this year.
kudos to the high school, Dr. St. Louis, Ms. Wisnat, all the teachers, a lot of hard work done.
A lot of hard work. So there's a lot of things that we do in this area, but I have to say another thing that I'm really proud of is that when we talk about assessments, a lot of times we don't think about the importance of our kids understanding the assessments and teachers understanding the assessments and goal setting around that. And this year, when we had about 80% of our district, making sure our students set goals in looking at NWEA, looking at the ACT Aspire, and them actually putting down, here's the scores I'd like to meet, and here's how I'm going to get there. That's changing climate, and that's changing culture, and how our students look at the assessment, because, you know, it's building that confidence, and it's also helping them to own that. And so there's been a lot of positive work, but overall, I have to say that we have dynamic leaders that want to learn and grow, and change is not easy, and we could be comfortable, but sometimes we have to be uncomfortable. So all of this work is not easy, but eventually, when we start to see that, you know, climb in scores, that's going to also change, you know, how everybody feels about that work, and they're going to feel more commitment to do even better. So I'm excited about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Miss Chris.
What the babies do?
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Paluski, and members of the board. I am Pamela Chris, Coordinator of Early Childhood and School Readiness. That's pre-K second. And when Dr. White said that it feels like 3 years of work, this is just the summer. So, but I want to talk about what I've been doing. I wrote and secured an Arkansas Better Chance grant for the pre-K program, which is over $3 million to fund salaries and salary increases for our students and for the teachers, and just the overall operational expenses. Work with the district finance team. I know they are tired of Ms. Chris, but I just have to get that budget in line and straight because that's, you know, it's money with the ADE. With that piece, created curriculum adoption committee. Very proud about that with pre-K, because this is the first time ever they have a resource. They have a curriculum. They had never ever had a resource before. So I put together a curriculum team where they vetted a rubric and went down and you know, decided, does this fit with the science of reading? Is this what early learners should really, you know, learn in the classroom? And they chose Frog Street curriculum. For that, I gave them that option. They were very proud of that because they said they had never really had a voice in choosing or being able to do something like that. Working with the Department of Education and also the Frog Street company and aligning their standards with Arkansas standards. And I have to also say, I know it's just the summer, but just working with the Arkansas Department of Education, I don't know if you all know that this past year, that the North Little Rock School District Early Childhood Program was actually spotlighted, where I call it the big wigs from the Department of Education came to 3 of our schools just to kind of observe and watch, you know, what was going on. Teaching with phonemic awareness, that's the science of reading piece of it. Analyze the data. We created the curriculum assessment calendar that pre-K will, you know, they're going to assess starting in the spring, the fall, the spring. We're going to keep that going because what we want to do is there is a stoppage somewhere between K and 2. And so with pre-K baby, once I analyzed that data, what I saw is our babies are leaving pre-K 4 ready for kindergarten. So they have those kindergarten readiness skills. So I'm very proud about that piece there. Plan and PD days for pre-K teachers with the Department of Education and K2. And that's not all that I've done with pre-K, but the bullets were like, it was just one pager they gave me. So I told Dr. White, don't you dare take out anything. I wanted to be shown what I'm doing. And with K2, rebuilding the curriculum maps and the standards, crosswalk, scope, and sequence, along with Carmen Langston, and you will hear her talk about that piece, providing training to K2 teachers and principals on the structured literacy block, presenting the professional development to certified staff on the expectation of the RTI implementation of that piece there too. And they did take that out, and I really want the other duties as assigned. I did want that because once I saw saw the data for 7th Street, it blessed me. It's indicative, what I'm getting ready to say, it's indicative of the coordinators of how we work together and how when we see a need that we just dive in. I'm pre-K 2nd, but I saw a need at 7th Street when I looked at the data for 4th and 5th grade students, and because the students have a rapport with me that I went into the classroom along with Ms. Person. I taught the ELA, the English and the writing, and not you, and I taught 4th and 5th graders, English and writing to to get them prepared for the ACT Aspire.
Awesome. And I know as we transition, I do want to, and thank you for mentioning that. I want to recognize all of the coordinators for all of their support at 7th Street. Many, they need a round of applause. They were in classrooms teaching. They were in classrooms side by side, not letting that school, and all of your hard work. And I think the public doesn't know. Mr. Logan, Dr. Hooper, Ms. Lightfoot, Mr. Jones, there was a whole concentrated effort. But I don't think the public really understood how much time that you were actually doing the teaching with children. And that just speaks to all of your leadership, to your commitment to this school district, and especially 7th Street Elementary School. So thank you for bringing that up, and a reminder, Ms. Chris. All right, we'll continue with our literacy team.
The stars.
Reading and math.
Are you the excited group?
We are the excited group.
Yeah. You all did phenomenal. Gosh, I'm impressed. I'm so
All right, yes we are.
There you go.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Paluski, and members of the North Little Rock community. I want to come before you today and thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you all about everything that we have been doing. It's been a while since I've sat before you, so I'm sure you're going to hear a lot today, so try to stick with us. But every day that I come to work is very important to me. And so I want to go through these things, and there's a lot of bullets here. But I want you to see the passion.
Oh, you about to cry?
We do.
Thank you.
I love it.
All right, so some of the things that I have worked this year are assisting teachers with understanding of our new Arkansas literacy standards, and also working with our building principals. I'm good, thank you, though. I got myself together, but yes, I'm good. Assisting our elementary principals with their understanding of gathering evidence of the science of reading with our teachers. So walking with them in classrooms and making sure they understand the evidence so that we are secure whenever the state asks us for that evidence. And then also we have worked alongside Ms. Chris, as she mentioned before, rebuilding our curriculum maps that had to be redone with the release of these new standards. Crosswalks and scopes and sequences also had to be redone with those new standards, and also to align with the current curricular resources that we have. Also rebuilding our dyslexia assessment calendars. We were able to eliminate some of the testing like Ms. McNulty mentioned before. We want our teachers to spend less time testing and more time teaching.
Amen.
So this type of assessment that we are looking at will give us deeper data to see what our students can truly read and what types of gaps that they need, so we can better match the interventions so that we can raise those reading scores. But not only just scores, so that we can get readers, because I've lived here in the North Little Rock area for 20 years, and I plan to stay here, so I would like to turn out students who are readers, because we know what happens when they're not. In addition to that, after looking at our curriculum this year, we were on a fact-finding mission. I was new to your school district, however, I have lived here like I mentioned. Just fact-finding on where are the needs in the North Little Rock School District. So one of the things that we found was we had some gaps in the 4th and 5th grade curriculum that were not up to par as far as grade level. So I was able to find a free resource, a free curricular material that meets those grade level standards. is backed by the science of reading and approved by the state at no cost to the district. I also worked to provide new books for our schools in the area of decodable readers. Those are for our K-2 students and also for our more struggling students in grades 3 through 5. We wanted to make sure those books were age appropriate and interesting for older students so that they would want to read them. And we had really good results from that. Our teachers reached out to me. They said our students are loving these. They're becoming more interested. They want to come to small groups. They want to read. And so in addition to the books that we purchased last year, we have also put forth another series that is in that same alignment with the ones that we purchased last year, and also added nonfiction decodable readers for our lower grade students as well. So that is the main thing that I worked on this summer, and in addition to that, helping to hire some new literacy coaches in some of our school buildings, assisting with those interviews. I have provided training in the structured literacy block that we will be rolling out. Very proud of that. We made gains, as you saw moments ago, in reading and English. However, we still have some work to do, and I am confident in the new structured literacy block that we were able to create. We trained teachers in June as well as principals. They also attended, as well as our MCLs and literacy coaches. And we will be training our newly hired teachers and literacy coaches in the coming days. So we are excited about that. The way that we have aligned the structured literacy block and the documents that they are to use will meet every single area of the science of reading. As long as they follow those documents, there will be nothing missing. That will also assist our principals when they come in and do those observations. If they follow those documents, it will be so easy for them to check off. And we think they're very user-friendly, and during our training, they were well received. I've also acted as a liaison between the district and Texas A&M and West Ed Educational Research. This is something I'm also very excited about. This is for our 4th and 5th grade students. It is training in comprehension strategies. They're very simple and easy to follow. Our teachers and our principals and our literacy coaches recently received that training, and the feedback that I got was phenomenal. I was also in that training. And it is at no cost to the district. In addition to that, our teachers will receive a $1,000 stipend from West Ed for participating. 4 out of 9 of the elementary schools receive training, and we'll roll that out this year. That's for 4th and 5th grade. It is a proven strategy that has had high yield results on state assessments. The other 5 elementaries will roll it out the year afterwards. Once we make our way through the study, we will be able to use those strategies in the lower grades as well, but we do have to make our way through the study first. And then lastly, providing training to special ed teachers in our curricular resource foundations for phonics. I provided training to all staff at our high priority campuses in reading interventions, using decodable text, classroom libraries, lesson planning, small group block organizational processes, and most recently assisted with the facilitation of the AP Institute.
Good job.
Nice job.
It's with me. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, yes. Hi. We don't know. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Paluski, I'm not going to read my bullets because everybody can read that. And all of that really boils down to the most exciting thing that is happening in my wheelhouse from 6 through 12 is that we adopted the My Perspectives from 6 through 12, which is now going to give us continuity, progression, and is going to push that vertical alignment. So our kids have that, what we saw in 6th grade, now we can capitalize on that in our 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, because the resource builds on itself and it is aligned to our new standards. So the bulk of our work, my work, and you'll hear a lot of the same things from us. We sort of like work in unison for most of the time, especially Debbie and I, math, literacy. But that is one of the major things that I'm most proud of in my world with 6 through 12. So what I've been working on a lot is providing PD and helping the teachers, because our high school did not have a resource. 6 through 8 had a resource, but it was very difficult. So now that we're aligning it, we've been providing PD for them since June. Ms. Langston mentioned the structure literacy block. We did the same thing in secondary. We say bell-to-bell instruction. We say bell-to-bell instruction. We don't show them what bell-to-bell instruction looks like. Our teachers think bell-to-bell, I'm going to talk from the time the bell rings until the last bell rings again. So the block is actually showing them a roadmap of what happens minute by minute. And it shows them the I do, we do, the you do, and it breaks it down for them. In secondary, we forget that those things we do in elementary school are just as useful for big kids because they are children at the end of the day, and they are what matter. So that's what we've been working on, is having them, providing that support for the teachers, PD. We participated in the AP Institute with Dr. Nickerson, and that was great. They were very receptive. They're super excited about going into those classrooms and seeing the things that we are able to support them with to move our kids, to continue to move them. Because we also did a lot of reflection this year. I particularly did on last year. What did I not do? Where did I miss the mark that my campuses only grew this much? And all these pieces that we put together in the summer is going to help us get there. Like I said, the literacy block and the new standards. We spent quite a bit of time with the teachers during the summer doing that crosswalk because our new standards are very simple. They're spelled out. And they are out there in a way that is going to be so much easier for them. But unless we support them with that work and help them see, it's not going to happen because they're used to those old standards that were 2 paragraphs long
Right.
when all they wanted the kid to do was X, Y, Z.
Right.
So that's the work we've been doing.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz.
Awesome.
I was going to say, who's up next? Ms. Edwards.
It is?
Yes.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Paluski. I am Marla Edwards, the coordinator of elementary mathematics. None of us have followed the 2-minute rule tonight. And I'm going to break one other rule, which was Dr. Paluski charged us with talking about what we've done this summer, and I'm going to go back to the spring. And it was mentioned before, just our work at 7th Street. And I want to give a shout out to my colleague, Debbie Higgins, who's the secondary mathematics coordinator who taught 4th and 5th grade math with me as partners.
Way to be a team player.
Is that other duties assigned?
Yes, ma'am. We made a great team before, but I think we bonded after that for sure. But it was a blessing to me because I was able to get back into the classroom. It was a big decision to make to leave the classroom, to know that. That you can have an impact even if you're not working with children on a daily basis. Golly, I'm sorry.
That's so good.
I love this. Girl, that's
Ooh,
why
I'm excited.
Miss Carter wasn't the only one.
Great.
But beyond that, I worked on creating a curriculum for summer school. We wanted that to be impactful. We wanted to be able to look at the data that we got from that, so we were able to do that. And then the curriculum support, everything all of the coordinators have discussed, working on curriculum maps, working on pacing calendars, the scopes and sequences. Determining guaranteed standards was a really interesting and wonderful process. Just happened yesterday with some volunteer teachers who came in off contract to do that work. Working on the crosswalk, so being able to give the teachers a document that shows the previous standards aligned with the new standards, so there's an understanding that can happen for them. Also aligning it to our resource, Eureka Math. So hopefully the transition for them, especially those teachers who have been in the district and been in the state for some time, will have the ability to make that connection between what they have been teaching and what they're being asked to teach. What they are teaching hasn't changed a whole lot with the new standards, but I think their understanding of what to teach and how to teach it will be increased with the new standards. And then, as everyone has been discussing, we have given quite a bit of professional development. That is love of mine, to be able to pass along a passion for teaching and learning. And we've done that with the structured math block, with RTI, with PLCs, and our newly christened
member, Dr. Nickerson. She has fit right in. We just said the other day, it feels like she's been here as long as the rest of us have. And it's just been a wonderful journey with her. And then just one little extra thing that I was able to do is give some professional development at our regional co-op, Arch Ford. Some of our own teachers were able to attend, but also teachers and leaders from across our region, because they are our students here in North Little Rock, but they're also our students here in the state of Arkansas.
Awesome. All
Thank
right.
you. Madam President, oops, sorry.
No, you're good. No, you're good. That's you.
Okay, that's me. Madam President, Dr. Paluski, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. I will say that if I crack, I'm done, so I'm not going to crack. Once again, appreciate
Don't make
the
any
opportunity to
promises.
share. Yes, exactly. I'm
This
knowing
is a
though.
fun group with the cracking group.
I love it.
Right, right. I have focused on the summer work, but some does go back into the spring, starting with the curriculum support that is ongoing. The most recent and the ongoing support. My vision for the rigorous resource that we have in place for our secondary math, 6 through 12, is very exciting. There are gaps, but we're working to fill those gaps. We have structures in place this year in the master schedules to support those students that are in need within the school day. So within our resource, we are focusing on the data. Once that data is once the rosters are created for those support classes, we are going to work as a group to identify those students, the needs, the individual needs of those students in the math classroom, and we're going to help meet their needs in those support classes while the on-level grade content is going on in the classroom. So that's very exciting to me because we are using the data to help drive our instruction. And that should always be in place, and it has been, but we're really going to focus on that starting the school year this year. Summer school curriculum, I've helped kind of get that on board, had the summer school visits just to help support those teachers in implementing the curriculum. The PD presentations that have been mentioned, I think more importantly what I hear at the secondary level, especially at the high school COE, with the block and the 85 minutes we now have within that block, all of our building admin are mentioning bell-to-bell instruction and student engagement. The students need to be hands-on, they need to be talking, they need to be in the work, and the teacher's a facilitator. And that is our vision. That is a best practice, not just for math, for across the board. And so that's a strong PD presentation in terms of the instructional block that has already been mentioned. It is time-stamped. It is spelled out. If you look at this and you're intentional with your planning, you will have bell-to-bell instruction. You will be working from the start to the finish with student engagement, meeting the needs of the students with small group instruction, and that's the vision. And those are the things that we have been working on, and we're going to continue to push and push and push. Tier 1, strong instruction. That's our goal. So best practices in the math classroom. The resource training, we continue. Once again, this is a continual process. My goal before, August 14th, like a week from Monday, I believe.
Oh my God.
That for the new teachers that are coming on board and for our teachers that are new to the resources to continue to have those opportunities to meet with them, to dig into the resource and show how we can best meet the needs of our students through immediate feedback, through the CFUs, through the what's the next step tomorrow to meet the needs of the students that didn't master that standard today. The work with the standards, I want to finish up with. It started in the spring for me when we went to the informational meeting with Secretary of Education. I struggle with his name, Oliva. Thank you, my partner here. And he introduced the standards, the new standards, and that clear, concise, all of that. And so I took that from there and started the work with our essential standards, which we turned into guaranteed standards. Guaranteed is a strong word, and that's what we want for our students. We want to guarantee 100% mastery of these standards by the end of the school year. And so in doing that, I wanted all the teachers to have a part in that communication, that conversation. Awesome. They're the professionals in the classroom. And so I want to work with them to help them determine what they see as being the guaranteed standards. What can we achieve to help these students master and be ready for the next level? And so that was my goal initially. Started the work in the spring, and then we attend PD, where that's just confirmed through tomorrow. Jacob Sisson's coming from Arch Ford,
he's going to have the conversation about the RTI and the guaranteed standards, and that's the work that's taking place. And so that's very encouraging. That's been an ongoing process. The pacing calendar will be completed for all the secondary math for the year, and they will highlight the guaranteed standards. So those going to be notated within the pacing calendar, where the teachers will be able to identify this is a guarantee. We may not be able to stop instruction completely. If we do that, we're not going to get through our content. However, by the end of the school year, I'm going to scaffold in that skill because it's a guaranteed standard, and we're going to reach mastery, and that's our vision. So
That's awesome.
I appreciate the opportunity once again. And what I was going to mention about that other duties as assigned, that 4th and 5th grade. I was in the 11th, 12th grade classroom for many, many years with AP Stat and Algebra 3. So to go down to the 4th and 5th grade math, but it was a great experience, and never had so many hugs. I'm not sure what that says.
Living at 7th Street was like, that's
I'm an educator, and so wherever needed, and that's why we're in this work, and we're going to continue to push.
Love it. Thank you.
Love it. They don't teach geometry anymore.
All right. We're going to keep it going.
Keep this train rolling.
Let's see the next.
He's so excited.
Yes.
I love the
Gibbons.
passion.
Yes, aren't they? Let's see. Who's up?
Who do we have?
Dr. Gibbons, welcome. Welcome. The newest member of our team.
I was about to say, I don't remember your face. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amber Harbin. This is my 17th day with the district, so I don't have as much to report as my esteemed colleagues, but if you will allow, I would like to present some of the things that I would like to accomplish in the next couple of weeks, or this school year. I am the coordinator of science, environmental literacy, outdoor education, and advanced programs. And I'm really excited to be supporting and working with the teachers and empowering them so that they can meet the needs of all the students here in the district. Specifically, when I talk about advanced programs, I want to analyze historical and current data to ensure, from a variety of resources, to ensure that we're creating equitable access for all of our students and providing students with the agency, as well as their families, the agency to take advantages of those services. And anyone that knows me knows that I'm a champion for science education. I come from the perspective that we understand everything in the world around us through science. And so science education is important not only at the end of the day for student achievement, but to ensure that the future of our world, we have scientifically literate citizens that can be successful. So really looking forward to that. I had an opportunity to work with 4 of our elementary schools and our 7-8 campus that are piloting a science curriculum this year. And it was so encouraging to see elementary teachers who, on top of everything else that they're asked to do with literacy and math, were really excited about implementing a science curriculum. And so that makes my heart happy, and I'm super excited about that. And lastly, goal 1 that Dr. Pelosi and Dr. Hooper talked about was rigorous, relevant, and innovative learning. And to me, those 2 other duties that are in my title, environmental literacy and outdoor education, there's no better place that we can be innovative in those areas. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what that looks like in the North Little Rock School District. So thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Who's next?
Ms. Marshall, I think.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Pelosi, thank you for letting us come tonight. I'm Chris Marshall. I'm the very proud coordinator and director of the ESOL, English Speakers of Other Languages, ELL, ESL, EL. We have lots of names, and world languages. You may not know, but our ESL kiddos make up 10% of the whole district now. And I am super excited because now we have 22 different languages represented, which is huge. And what an opportunity for culture and different ideas and viewpoints to be brought into the community. And with the excitement, it's also a challenge. Can you imagine teaching kids to speak 22 different languages? And our teachers are really proving they're up to the task, and they are wanting more PD. They're wanting more ideas, more support. And we're going to give it to them. We are giving it to him, and this year I'm super excited because I feel like this year was attest to what we could do and what we needed to do. And I feel now we really have all the players on the board, from administrators to the teachers. And I think we're going to see a lot of growth. Research shows that kiddos that are EL kids take 5 to 7 years to be proficient. I think by hitting the ground running and doing what we should do every day, every student, every teacher, we can get that to 3 to 5 years, like truly believe that. And the EL kiddos count 3 times on our ESSA index. So not only are we doing it because that's what's right for kids, but our index is going to show that growth index is huge when it comes to the EL kids. I led it in June, a Lexia PD with all the K-5 teachers. I'm also kind of the Lexia coordinator on the side. And we were able to bring in 2 of Lexia's best PD people, and you probably heard of Lexia. You approved it for me last year. Last year was a year of just doing Lexia, putting the kids on Lexia, so to speak. We still showed growth. Even the classroom at 7th Street that didn't have a real teacher grew tremendously, and that was a big part of it. But the really secret sauce to Lexia is the Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention, the deeper pieces where the blended learning teachers do one-on-one lessons, small group lessons based on the data. Teachers, for the most part, didn't know how to do that. They didn't know what the program told them. They didn't know what was buried in the program, and now they do. They were so excited after that PD. So I'm really excited about what that can bring to the table, too. One of the biggest things and exciting points of the whole summer, we started PD with Amboy Ridge Road and my ESOL specialist in June with Dr. Anastasia Philippek, who brings a whole new yet old way of learning to the curricular resources we already use. It's not that you're not using wit and wisdom or foundations. It's the way you go about the learning. It's the kid-to-kid interaction. That scared me. I thought I did something wrong. I'm being shut down by the back of the room. But I went to a follow-up PD just last week with Ridge Road with Dr. Philippek and her daughter. I'm going to give you very short. This is intended for EL kids. It is intended for all kids. Again, it's not to take the place of curricular resources. It's the way you do it. It's using songs. It's using chants. It's using whatever you're teaching. Put it on the board with realistic pictures to front-load vocabulary. Interaction between students. We did so many classroom walkthroughs last year that we saw no student-to-student interaction. And one of the best things out of this PD session is we're going to implement 10-2 or 5-1 for the littles. Basically, if a teacher talks 10 minutes, then she breaks or he breaks for 2 minutes, and the kids interact. And, I mean, you can do a stretch break, but typically it's all on. You're interacting. They're turning, truly talking. Think about the support for ELs. They hear it from a teacher, then they're talking with their peers. And then you do hands-on. You pass out different parts of speech, and they get to go around the room and make sentences. One of the best examples is passing out parts of speech, like 7 school board members make decisions for our kids while sitting at a curved desk. And they go and pick up all those words, and they have to come to the front of the room, and they sing it, and they remember it, and then you take the while sitting at a curved desk physically, because it's on cards, and move it to the front of the sentence. And then they say that and sing that. And then you add another adjective in. They remember this. You put data about continents or parts of speech or photosynthesis to a sing song. And they said you'll see kids on the state test go, you know, because they're remembering this. So that's just an example of the work we're doing that's not just for ESL kids, but for all kids, especially the kids we're trying to move. So I'm really super excited, if you can't tell, about that. We're going to implement Rail classes, recently arrived English learners. You were gracious and passed that last year, and sad to say, we didn't implement that for many reasons. It's being implemented this year. Those are special 30, 40-minute Tier 3 time periods for our kids that have been here less than 3 years. they need a whole different bucket of learning and experiences and knowledge and support. I always tell people, can you imagine if you moved to China and put your own kid in a school and says, see you at 3? I mean, what would you want your kid to have? Not just the academic side, but how do I say, can I go to the bathroom? Where's the cafeteria? What is a school bus? What does the fire department do? I mean, that kind of stuff. Lots of looking at the data to reinforce where we're going this year with our sheltered inclusion classes, which I think will be huge. The ESOL specialists are going to have so much more time with our kids this year, so I'm very excited about that. I attended many conferences and trainings to stay abreast of everything new. Saw Dr. Paluski at a few of them. That's very important to me, to stay on top of laws, initiatives, network with other people in the state, always helpful. And recently, as in yesterday, I was able to set up 12 interpreters to come, as was mentioned earlier, to our on-site registration. The 2.5 hours I was there, probably about 95% of the families were Spanish-speaking. Mm-hmm. Awesome. And I just think, what would they have done if the district hadn't stepped up and said, let's have interpreters? And one last thing, the interpreters, 3 were employees of the North Little Rock School District, 2 are community members, 7 came from Arkansas Tech University, 2 professors and 5 students, just awesome. To help us out. So I was very, very proud.
Awesome. Good job. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Dr. Reynolds.
Dr. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay. So, Madam President, Dr. Paluski, and members of the school board, thank you all for having us tonight. I'm Dr. Brooke Reynolds, and I am the coordinator of Innovative Virtual Learning Programs. So, as you guys know, earlier in the spring, we put forth a pretty big push and program, and I worked with many folks coordinating that effort to move quite a few of our students from the high school and the COE to our ALE program based on their academic progress and some other factors. So a lot of time this summer has been spent facilitating those moves, making sure everyone has the correct placement, moving our credit recovery program to after school versus the school day, and then that hybrid ALE option as well. So that was kind of a big push in the spring, and we're continuing that work this summer to make sure we can start the school year with those new systems in place. Of course, we've been enrolling new students in our virtual program, working with Pearson. Another thing that's going to be really big is we're having quite a few more North Little Rock School District teachers teaching our virtual students, which I'm very excited about. Yes. It's a thing we were kind of moving towards incrementally, and this year is going to be a big push. And so I'm preparing those teachers. We're getting ready to do some training and have them teach some classes for us. So I'm super excited about that. Working with North Little Rock High School and COE if they need some teacher vacancy positions filled using Pearson teachers if they don't have that. So we're working. That's something we did last year and something we're doing again this year. Preparing next week, I have 3 orientations for our virtual families. That is required that they come in to do an orientation just to make sure they can get logged in well the first day and those kind of things. So we do have 3 different opportunities next week for our virtual families to come in. Working with our parents and students to register for all their virtual classes. Also working with our high school guidance counselors to make sure everyone's placed in the right classes and that they're going to be ready to graduate. I did also have the privilege of representing North Little Rock, presenting at the AAEA conference a few weeks ago. Pearson, this is my 3rd year, they've asked me to present with them as a partner, so I was pleased to be able to do that again. And again, like I said, I'm preparing that professional development. Also including, I'm sorry, I got the blog there, so I'm looking over here, getting our North Little Rock School District teachers. We're also going to be using Pearson for our digital health platform, so I'm going to be working with those high school teachers because they're going to use that, so that's going to be something a little new for them, but I think it's going to be a good change. So we're going to get them ready to teach as well. Previous board meetings, you all approved the Act 1240 waivers for our virtual academy. Previously, the state, ADESI, had digital learning plans when everyone had virtual programs, so they required a lengthy plan, but we're now just working on the Act 1240 waivers, and a lot of those deal with attendance, seat time, and clock hours, those types of things.
And lastly, other duties as assigned, I got the privilege and honor of being the 7th and 8th grade summer school principal administrator. Got to work with some fabulous teachers, paraprofessionals, campus security, and most importantly, got to work with some great kids all summer. So it was my privilege.
All right, bring us home, Miss Hatch.
Okay, the caboose
With a red jacket on.
of the team this evening. So everyone, you look lovely this evening. Thank you for having us. Imagine if you hadn't given us a 2-minute time limit. So I just want to say, I know we were only supposed to put what we did this summer, but I put what I did like the last week or two. So Dr. White started with collaborating with all departments, and that's what I do across the board there. So you can kind of see a lot of the work is with 7th Street Elementary, of course, very involved with that. Very important to me that is successful. So working with our new leadership there, that is a very strong and steady leadership team. I'm very excited to see what they do this year and really proud of what they've already done so far this summer. I'm working a lot with Jacob and HR on our teacher recruitment and Dr. Nickerson as well in supporting those. We've done some innovative things there as we've mentioned, and we just hope that innovation and that work that we're putting into place now with the aspiring teacher permit only opens new doors as we go forward the rest of this year and into next year. Professional development, working with the IT department on the Clear Touch panels. Those are the brand new interactive panels that are in every classroom in the district, as well as mobile panels. Define Learning, that's an incredible platform we're piloting at 7th Street Elementary. I presented with them at the AAEA conference this summer. Really, really awesome there. STEM Scopes, got that started, so thankful Dr. Harbin is here. I don't have to do that anymore. And then, of course, our industry and community partnerships, a very big part of my job, and that's just a little piece of ones that I've either met with this summer, continuing to work with, not nearly all of them. And then I am so excited because there are so many awesome surprises and fun things that will be happening next Thursday at the district convocation. A lot of work there. Crystal Barker, Maggie Hampton, of course, Miss Lightfoot, and Miss Jordan. A lot of work in planning what that will look like. Thank you. Oh, I do want to say one other thing. Not to take up any more time, but to just address something, this team was developed last year. We all got on board. And you asked, are we still excited? We still are, but I think more importantly, we're still here. So nobody left. So, yeah.
Good.
That is a good point.
Good job. Love it. It's like Dr. Stoll. Not sure.
You might as well go and get that clicker to honey. You know you can't click and talk.
It's only 2 slides.
Okay.
Surely I can click through too. Madam President, members of the board, thank you so much for having me. I am the proud Executive Director of Special Services. And before I go into my slides, I'm not going to read them to you, but I want you to know exactly what's all encompassed by special services. A lot of people think it's just special ed. Under my department, there are amazing people. I have speech language pathologist, occupational therapist, physical therapist, special ed teachers, special ed paraprofessionals. We have a Medicaid department, a records department. I hope I am not leaving anyone out, but I have a really amazing staff, and I can't do my job without them. I wanted to really talk mostly about our big push this year of inclusive practices. All of those test scores, I believe, jumped some because we did do inclusion this year. And it was amazing that I was included in all the instructional rounds. And so special ed, we were there right with everyone else. And I have to say that our administration supported inclusion right from the curriculum team to all the executive directors, my entire team. Everybody's been a part of inclusion, and so that's why it's working. Next year, we will be fully included K through 10, which is 4 years ahead of the state's projected guidelines. So that's a big deal. That lovely video that I showed to the board, the state has now put it on their district, on their website as what inclusive practices should look like. So I'm really proud of that because our teachers worked really, really hard, and Mr. Sella did an amazing job of producing that for us. So that's another big accomplishment. I wanted to highlight we have a brand new curriculum coordinator, Miss Katina Beasley, and she has already had us on the line for a new curriculum for our self-contained unique learning systems. Brand new, something we've never had is curriculum for our self-contained classes. So we're real thrilled about that. That's about to be implemented as long as our IT department helps us get it on Clever. So I just wanted to say, I'm not going to read all that because some of those things we do every single year. We are still looking for a couple of special ed teachers. We have an amazing internship program with UALR, so we are hiring interns as paraprofessionals. They work their elementary semester and a secondary semester, and then they are full-fledged teachers. We have hired to date, probably not just this year, but over the years we've been doing this, about 10 teachers through this program. We have 4 new interns starting this fall, so we're real excited about that program too. And that's all I have. Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks, Dr. Stahl.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, are you pitch hitting for Chief Finks? Oh, you got.
Oh, he said other duties assigned, he read.
We'll just keep it high level there, Mr. Logan.
Here we go. Safety services. They've got those emergency operation plans, that new standardized language. They've trained all of us throughout the course of this summer at our admin institute. So this is familiar language that'll be available on all of our campuses. We've got the update of OpenGate, that weapon detection software that'll be in place anytime anybody enters any of our buildings. That team has done a great job with those. And it's important to note that I think sometimes the kids talk about those, they go off for various reasons, but those are not just metal detectors, those are weapon detectors. So I think, I forget what the length of the blade but they're designed to specifically detect weapons, not just metal. So that's some upgraded technology there. We've talked about certified de-escalation training and restraint training. That was something that we went through. They brought in a lot of those. We used to call them campus supervisors. Now they are all
security officers.
Security officers.
That goes away.
So they've got some new training, some new uniforms, but we've trained quite a bit of folks here. This one is one I know that Chief Finks is excited about. The radios that have been purchased to enhance communication on all campuses. Anytime we had quite a few incidents over the course of the school year, or in my case, just in the 5 months I've been here, and we needed radios, so we've been able to update that infrastructure to where our radios, central office staff can have a single radio that when we go to Meadow Park, it works at Meadow Park, but it also works on another campus, or it can scan and it can touch all campuses. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Logan, for pitch hitting for Chief Finks.
Great overview.
Mr. Brown, and we'll go right into Mr. Smith. Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Budget and finance.
Thank you, Dr. Paluski and members of the board. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of how we've been supporting the opening of school in budget and finance. Of course, we take the torch on our cycle reporting, which is all the mandated reporting for Department of Education for the summer. And most of that is financial reporting. But we've closed our we did an interim close on our FY23 books. That was done on June 30th. And we opened the 24 ledgers on July 1. And we've been preparing all the pay rate screens for all employees to begin those new year payrolls. We've also done our teacher salary report by fund. That was a big reporting period that was due on July the 31st. We've also been working on the new hire contracts for the employees that are coming in. And then we have Cycle 9 that will be going out. That's the final close of the FY23 books. That'll be by August the 31st. And we've been also working with our budget meetings with department heads and principals, getting the FY24 budget set. And we've also been doing our normal jobs of supporting the campuses and administrators with their new year purchases and professional development travel, all of those things over the summer. So this is our marathon time of the year. We've got lots of irons in the fire, and I have a great team that's in place that just seamlessly helps all of our departments and campuses. And that's the finance report.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Smith.
Oh, I clap for you.
Clap for the money.
Thank you, Dr. Paluski, Madam President, members of the board. For the record, I'm Jacob Smith, Executive Director of Human Resources. So if you'll follow along, our summer learning program required the hiring of 241 employees. To date, we have 117 new hires, 91 transfers on the certified side of the house, 40 new hires and 15 transfers on the classified side of the house. 16 teacher vacancies as of today with the board approval of the personnel report. Our licensure processes we've updated in regards to our aspiring teacher. I believe Ms. Hatch spoke about that, our aspiring teacher permit. Handbook, calendar, contract dates, and salary schedules have all been updated. The calendar that was passed, there is more than 45 hours embedded for school-wide PLCs available on Wednesday, which are early release days. That last bullet, the inclement weather days, so that is what is back in use. There is no AMI or virtual after this legislative session, so we don't have those 10 days available, and we go back to the format where we make up days at the end of the year, and we have 5 embedded at after the last day we see with students. And so I'll show you guys that on our calendar. That's a natural thing that's always built in there. So the calendar was a big push this year. If the board will recall, we started with 4, brought it to staff. They narrowed it down to 2. We then sent it out to the community for a community-wide vote. Community came back and gave us all that information, but our big push for this was to provide the early release time so we could participate in our professional learning communities across the district. That's to improve teaching and learning and to improve basically the way we deliver education under our model. This was the response from our community that provided for the calendar feedback. Calendar 2 was in fact the calendar that we selected, and so everybody was in agreement from the administration to the community to the staff as what calendar we selected. The board will also remember that we had to pivot during this legislative session. They went back. We pulled the staff. We were allowed to move the start date of school back. There was an overwhelming majority based on the new law, House Bill 1122, that was passed. And so we did that. And that placed our calendar in our final form. And so as you can see, in June, you see those embedded 5 inclement weather days that are labeled as IW, and then our early release days, which are available for 100 minutes of early release for those communal PLCs. Each Wednesday, we have a full week. Jumping into this, so this is a breakdown of our increase in teacher planning time with those early release Wednesdays. So I'm not going to read that to you. The board and the community have seen this, but this is the breakdown of that. Our start and end times for this year have been adjusted to accommodate the new schedule. So that's available. And then the new start and end times for early release Wednesdays is also available. And as I've already stated, this has been presented to the board and the community, and everybody's seen this, but this is one more time so everyone has it in one place. And then there were some reorganizations that transpired this year. We had the reorganization of the safety services kind of closed out. We also reorganized my department. Thank you, board. The reorganization and transformation stipend resolution of 7th Street, along with the reorganization and transformation of the school as we're progressing it into a K through 8 campus. Classified evaluation tool update for our evaluations of our classified staff. We are still going through the process of applying our recruitment and retention resolution, which is our $1,500 each semester tied to attendance. An update of our minority teacher and administrator recruitment and retention plan, which is done yearly, and our aspiring teacher permit resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you. Mr. Barnes.
Good evening again. released the back-to-school information guide, which you have a copy of. That was sent out digitally. It was texted and emailed to our families. And we did order some, so I've divided up into schools. So and then there's a QR code as well. So families, after they run out, they can just use the QR code to access that. And it's also on our website. I did a new principals message. I typically do this for every new principal. So you may have seen I did Mr. Kelly's yesterday, and then Miss Rayner Holmes from 7th Street. That was earlier in the summer. Introduction of new administrators, news releases on all of those new administrators that are in our district, that have come to our district. And then if you're following our social media channels, you'll see there's a quote from a student every day as we count down to school. So they're giving their peers some advice on how to have a good school year. So that's what has been going on in the communication shop.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you.
Mr. Logan.
Back again. These are the things that we've been working on in the Student Services Office. We got a lot happening in Student Services, and most of my departments will present later. We are excited about the addition of Ms. Tiffany Randall to the Student Services team to support some of the 504 work and that Student Services side of the house. We are also excited to be relaunching and rebranding all of our ALE programming, but specifically at elementary to minimize some of those transitions. Previously, we had ALE in 4 different buildings. We've consolidated that to 2 to minimize those transitions because, in essence, if you were an elementary student, you were transitioning to a new building every year. So we've got a K-2 program at Indian Hills, a 3-5 program at Glenview. The dream is to have them all together to minimize that transition at some point. Worked a lot with Dr. Reynolds and Mr. Williams as I was onboarding, and the ALE program is going to have a program enrollment uptick due to the fact that we are being proactive and trying to help our kids get caught up, help with graduation rates. We've got that program out there with the virtual options to be able to do everything that we can do. And now we'll have a hybrid option. Nobody's actually starting the year with a hybrid option, but it's an option that we have that we're excited about. Obviously, student registration is open and underway. I'm sure you all have heard from the community about registration, and a lot of people are wondering about intra-district waivers. Our goal is to honor home seats to home students. So if you live in Indian Hills, we want you to be able to attend Indian Hills. So we have taken some time to process those, so they've not been completed as quickly as people are accustomed to, but that's because we want to minimize the confusion on the front side by saying we're not going to make those moves until we ensure registration's been open, everybody has an opportunity to enroll, and make sure your seat is secure for you at your home school so that we're not adding costs by having to transport more kids and do things and force waivers, okay? We've worked with building leaders to ensure there's a clear understanding of how to implement and use our handbook. As you all know, and I sat before you numerous times, and we had a lot of discussion about our policies and rules and procedures, how we enforce those, so working to make sure our building leaders are aligned. Furthermore, just working with the new principals, it was a new principal at the time, new principals, to make sure that they understand some of those operational procedures and what comes out of student services. You don't have to click on the link, but obviously making sure everybody knows fighting, it is not going to happen at North Little Rock. You fight at North Little Rock, we're going to change the direction for you. So and we are hard pressed.
If you fight, you lose.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
That's right.
We are tight about the fighting policy, so we are excited about that. And then Operation Hero is our new work order system, which is tied to some partnership funding. So we are excited to be rolling that out, very user-friendly, and Mr. Ward may talk about that later. But that is it for student-centered services. And here come
Mr. Logan, real quick, going back to that fighting policy, as far as the Stop It app that Dr. P was talking about, maybe can we put some information out that, to let people know again that app is available? And I guess I want to download it too, just so I can kind of know how to use it and how to kind of go through it and what it looks like, because I haven't done that yet.
but that may be a kind of
Yeah,
a
we
good
can.
thing.
We'll continue to push that out. It's very simple once you download. Absolutely, and it's on our webpage.
Yes.
If you go to our homepage and just put, I think it's under bullying for students, but it's out there for parents as well.
Okay.
But we'll continue to communicate that. Sure.
Gotcha. All right.
Thank you.
I'm Miss Coleman too, so yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Mary Lee Dennis, Child Nutrition Director. I think the biggest thing that I'm super excited about that we've been working on since the spring is just the high school cafeteria renovation.
Yes.
We're almost complete. We're not there yet. We got some cleaning that they still have left to do, but super, super excited about the new layout there. We did receive and continue to receive that local food grant. We received $217,790 to pour into Arkansas farmers. So we have received in and will continue to receive in Arkansas raised and processed ground beef, brisket, pork butts. So super excited about that. Yes, yes.
You got
And
a
we
smoker.
purchased a commercial smoker that's being installed at our cafeteria warehouse where
Yeah.
we'll smoke all of our meats in house and distribute those out to the schools for service.
Real barbecue.
Trying to step our program up.
Mr. Logan has stepped up our game.
Yes, well, y'all will be coming this year to eat again.
We'll do a taste test.
Got our contracts reapproved by you guys. This coming school year will be our year for our procurement review with ADE. Everything that's in those contracts has to be updated in our nutritional software. So every single item that we purchase has to be updated nutritionally, price-wise, before we can even build our recipes, which flows into our menus. So that's a marathon in itself right there. Well, when I did this slide, we were fully staffed, like I put in parentheses, at the moment on Tuesday. We've lost 2 people, so we're still 2 people shy, but I'm optimistic that we'll get those hired. Last school year was the first year that we brought our entire staff in for all staff, like back to school training for the first time in 10 plus years. So we're excited to continue that for this upcoming school year. Again, last year was our first year that the department had ever had a child nutrition handbook. So we updated that and we'll continue to update. All the cafeteria back doors are now secured with cameras, so we're super excited about that. That was one thing the staff constantly communicated to me is, they felt unsafe arriving to work before everyone else in the district when it's dark outside and no cameras being out there to protect them if something happens. So super excited we got those in place. We reapplied for our fresh fruit and vegetable programs. That's the program in all the elementary schools where they offer a fresh fruit or vegetable twice a week. And then we revamped the Ridge Road Elementary dry storage area in lieu of the painting that was going on there. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis.
Ms. Dennis, real quick, did you, like with the cameras, did you put lights out there too? Do they have lighting, adequate lighting out there?
Yes, and most of them, I think there's a couple that the lighting was dimmed, and I think they're still looking into that. But for the most part, there's adequate light out there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they have like mats. I noticed last year some of them didn't
Yes, they
have
communicated. We got the mats. They're
Okay.
down. They have them.
Okay.
Whether they're utilizing them, but they got them.
Okay.
Everybody got them.
That's fair.
Thank you.
Ms. Daniels.
All right, Mr. Hunter, big picture.
Hello.
Mr.
Good
Nannon.
evening, President, board members, Dr. Paluski. I have gone through just what we did this summer because it's been a very, very busy summer and we have done a lot. As you see here, our 2 major projects were Clear Touch interactive boards and Lightspeed sound systems. We replaced them across the entire district in every classroom. We went with 2 different types of boards, a standard one for classrooms, and then we're offering a cool one that folds flat and goes on a stand and can be used in open areas throughout the entire district, kind of discovery areas, media centers. Those things are like a mobile classroom, so they can be a little different. Even play air hockey on them if they want. And I want to call out Ms. Hatch is still here. I'm not sure if she is. She has done a great job at making sure teachers are going to be prepared this year for using those and using the new tools that are with them. So I wanted to give her a big shout out in regards to those. we implemented new softwares and some infrastructure upgrades. So 1-to-1 Plus is a new inventory and ticketing system that we have implemented. The inventory side is mainly for our media specialists so that they can track all of our lovely technology throughout the district better, make them assigned to students, and be able to make sure that we are keeping things that we own as a district, stay in the district, and tracking them properly. Ticketing as well, we had a kind of not great system before, so we implemented an entire new one so that we can get to work orders and help various staff in a faster, more effective manner. Server infrastructure, we did a lot of fun things in regards to our servers that nobody really understands when I tell them what we're doing. Just think Hacker Man and movie typing away. It's pretty boring to most people, but it stresses us out a lot, but we got it done. And we have a lot better infrastructure, and we're a lot more secure because of it. Go Guardian is something we've already had for quite a long time. We did actually add a new piece to it. So Go Guardian software is a student monitoring software for both in-classroom teachers and as an alert system. So teachers can watch what the kids are doing on their screens in the classrooms, make sure they're acting appropriately. Then there's various methods of alerts that go out with different severity levels to either teachers or administrators, or even in some cases security staff, depending on what activity is being done on the Chromebooks to try and keep our kiddos safer. Other stuff. These aren't really interesting either. Microsoft System Center Configuration Manager, SCCM, that is more techie tools that allow us to fix things faster and better. I won't go too much into that because it will bore you. We did some administrative kind of things in the back end, changing a lot of our antiquated forms and paper off of having to collected and signed by people in the schools and move those all into the handbooks to pull away time from media specialists having to keep up with that, or administrators trying to streamline that process. We are training. One of the big focuses I've wanted to get into the school district is cybersecurity training. It is one of my big focuses for the department in general, and I'm happy to say we've been implementing that well across the district, providing materials and continuing to do training all the way up until when school starts with new teachers, leadership, and materials going out to all staff, even classified side of the house as well. The 1-to-1 software, we're training on that, as well as the Clear Touches with Miss Mary Beth Hatch. Then I've been doing a lot of coding, would be the easy way to put it. It's not the exact process that's done, but a lot of automation of our back-end processes with this lovely woman right here that helps us keep this place ticking. And then last closing notes on all of this, I really want to shout out my team, especially some of the guys or one of the guys that's here tonight, but all of them have been great. We're a small but mighty team, and as you can see, just this summer we've knocked out a ton of stuff, and I would be lost without them. So I just really wanted to shout all of them out.
Awesome.
Good job, Hunter.
All right, Miss Hale.
Hi. Hi. Good evening.
Good evening. Good night.
That as well, yes, sir. So basically, that's a lot of stuff up there. I do all the behind-the-scenes stuff. So in order for the kids to be in the right classes, the teachers to be in the right classrooms, the software to run that they need for curriculum, them to be able to take attendance, to do grades, all of that. I have to, any new employees, all that kind of stuff have to be put in. So I've been diligently working trying to get that and get kids scheduled. We have to put a new cycle day into our calendar for early release, so we've done all that. It's just a lot, but all of those things that nobody knows that somebody has to do, but in order for things to keep running, that's what I do. So there it is.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. Mr. Logan, you want to bring up Mr. Ward and we'll kind of close this out with your team?
Come on down, Miss Martin.
And Miss Martin.
Mr.
We'll
Ward.
kind of close this out with the folks
It's
that.
been too long.
The rest of my department.
I get up now.
All right. Let me say this about transportation. I don't know that we have it in the slides, but one thing to note with the new start and end times is I want to be very clear that the start and end times that are presented to you are instructional day times. Operationally, we run a tiered busing system. So we run all elementary, we run all middle, we run all high school. So there's a looping. So there's going to be a lag. We want to be very transparent in making sure parents understand it shouldn't be a lot of lag time, but it will be similar to what it was at the high school in previous years. But there will be, just because the instructional day ends at, I think, 4, doesn't mean that buses will move, because we have to make sure we get all of our elementary kids home, and hopefully there are no hiccups and there's no parents not waiting, or we're not going to leave a kid in a dangerous situation. So there will be
Try
times,
your best.
right? There will be times where there will be times where those buses will be a little later. So we want the community to know that the start and end times doesn't mean that the buses will start to run at each campus at those end times. It does mean that at elementary, because they're first, but secondary schools, parents need to prepare, especially the first week of school, the first 2 weeks of school. It's going to take some time to get everything figured out. Now, back to this. Cameras and radios have been placed on every bus within the district to include all charter trip buses. So we've got cameras and radios, because the trip buses didn't used to have that. We've done the bus inspections, the maintenance, mechanics have new uniforms. One thing to celebrate, I won't go through all of these, is we've got some new buses with the Go Red grant that we partner with. Hopefully one will be here in September, the other will be here in October. And the most exciting thing for me from the Transportation Department is this route finder. And it amazes me that in North Little Rock, and I come from another larger district that didn't do this, but we actually track each one of our students daily on our buses. So we don't just run blind routes. We run routes with route sheets that track students, and that is important. Ms. Coleman she comes from a place where that is of the utmost importance, so we know where our kids are and what bus they're supposed to be on.
And who's on the bus.
And who's on the bus. So this is big. This program was quite expensive, but it's going to help us. We'll be able to absorb some routes. It helps us with our mapping. Our dream is to have a person that does our routing, but this is really, really big and really important. It's important for us to also say to our parents that are listening, if we tell you, there's oftentimes a delay. We want to get the information in. This program syncs with one of Kathy's programs. They help ensure that it all syncs. We get the right information. So if we say, hey, I know you're a new student today, but it may be 2 days before you can actually ride the bus. That's a safety concern. So we try to work with families as best we can, but that is possible. Another thing in the Transportation Department, we won't click on it because it's getting late in the evening, the sun's gone down, is the Transportation Handbook. This is something new. We have not had a transportation handbook in the North Little Rock School District. This handbook outlines student behavior, which is in our handbook, but it also outlines driver behavior. What happens when you get in a wreck? What happens when all of these? It's a lot of scenarios, but it's a way to operate a department in writing so our employees in transportation have a clear understanding of what the expectation is. So that is something that we are very, very excited about. And furthermore, we've had some conversations about training and professional development, not just for our certified staff, but this is for our classified staff, specifically with our buses. So Ms. Parker is working with our bus drivers to train on customer service, because oftentimes we have parents that come to the bus stop and there's things they want to address with the driver. We're trying to prepare our people for how to deal with this de-escalation, restraint training provided by safety services, and that's the transportation report.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Mr. Ward.
Yes, sir. Madam President, Dr. Paluski, and members of the board, we appreciate y'all for all the hard work that y'all have done for our district. And it just seemed like yesterday that we started these summer projects, and here we are at the end of the summer, and we're starting a new school year, and within a week or so, and it's gone by pretty fast. It really has. And I kind of want to flip the script just a little bit and start with the bottom of our presentation about the arena. There has been a lot of work going on with the arena that we don't see as of the moment. I was hoping, I think I presented to y'all earlier, that I was hoping we'd have everything started by this summer. Well, we've been in contact with the architectural and engineering firm and also the general contractor, and and they're shooting for a starting date of September with a completion date of February. And it's not what we was looking for, but it's just what we're going to deal with. And at least we're going to get the system up and running, and see the benefits from it. So that's where we are with the arena at the moment. The roof project with 7th Street is going to start very soon. I'm looking for the next week or so. We're still negotiating with contracts from our side and from the vendor side, but that's something that will, no doubt, get started very soon. We also installed HVAC control systems at the high school to help simplify the software of each system to where it can be brought up online and have everything under one roof instead of having 2 or 3 different programs going on from different manufacturers. And we've got it all with one company now, which will help our team to see the efficiency of each unit, maybe see the trouble that we're having with it, and go forth to make it just more efficient in operation. The roof hatches, we're excited about this. It don't sound much for many of y'all, but for us it does. It's something that's going to make our work safer and easier to access our roofs. We've got all of them, as far as the work with the roofs, the access part of it, that's all been taken care of. Now we've got some outside ladders. We got multiple levels on some of our buildings. So we got some outside ladders we're going to also install, and that's to be done here within the next few weeks as well. Kind of excited about this next project, the handicap ramp at Ridge Road. It is 95% complete. We've got handrails yet to put in, and the vendor we've been working with said that will also be done within the next week to 2 weeks. So we'll give them access for the students that can to get down to a lower level, at least, to the track or to the playground area or whatever. So that's exciting for Ridge Road. The inspections, which takes up quite a bit of time, we don't realize that until you're kind of on a day-to-day basis with this, and that the inspections take up probably 2 to 3 weeks. And if you have to come back to make any kind of repairs or something, well, that's another 2 or 3 weeks that you put time and effort into, and we was able to get through that, and had some issues that we had to correct, but we've got everything certified. We got it filed with the state, so we're glad to get that part of it behind us. It's a mandated thing to where it has to be done. So, and I saved the best for last, and this is the painting of Ridge Road and Moon Park Elementary. It just looks like a different place when you walk into the front doors of it.
That's awesome.
I just want to say thanks to Mr. Howe, Mr. Orbono, to Kim and her custodial team. We kind of met as a pre-job meeting and to get what the vendor was expecting out of us as far as removing items from the walls, moving desks, furniture and everything away from the wall so they'll have enough room to paint in it and behind it. So all that work just great. I mean, everything fell into order, and it makes for a better job whenever everybody works together.
Yes, sir.
We've got they did all this in 6 weeks.
Wow.
So there was a lot that went on, and we're just excited that hopefully we can take on 3 schools next year. We got these 2 taken care of, and they do look great, and we just appreciate y'all looking into this and allowing us to get this done for the students.
That's awesome.
And for the community as well. So thank y'all very much.
And Mr. Ward, we did paint some of 7th Street, correct?
Yes, sir. We're finishing up.
Okay.
Our in-house painting group, they've been working on that, and by end of next week, they said they will be finished with 7th Street.
Wonderful.
So
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Ward.
one other thing. The
other duties as assigned?
No, Mr. Gary mentioned something about Operations Hero, and we are working on Operations Hero. We have installed it. We're using it on a daily basis. Mr. Dane Carver has kind of taken on the chore of setting into the sessions bringing what he has learned back to us. We did have an in-service with our maintenance team, and we have gone through that, and we're implementing it day by day. It's an ongoing process of work, work in progress, but we will get it down to where it's just going to be an everyday thing for us. So
awesome. Get
the newness worked off of it, and we should see good results from it.
Thank you, Mr.
Ward.
Ward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Miss Martin.
Don't forget to tell them about putting that trash when you have time.
Yes. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Martin, I'll just talk.
Okay, I'm Kim Martin, custodial supervisor, and we clean, so that's what we do, but I'll tell you a little bit more. We cleaned each room not being used during the summer learning loss programs, and after the end of the day, they went back and cleaned those rooms. Boone Park and Ridge Road staff cleaned after the painting was complete. The painters were ahead of us, so we followed in behind them. Once they got a wing or a room finished, we followed in behind them and got the room clean, and it progressed a lot quicker than I thought it would.
That's good.
It really did. The staff attended the custodial professional development at ASBA, presenting topics at the Arkansas School Board Association. Mr. Dwayne McAnally from there does a good job helping us present with refreshers on safety and chemical right to know. At the 7th and 8th grade and the 6th grade campus, all floors were stripped and waxed. The academy, the entire building, floors were stripped and waxed. Gym floors were refinished by the custodial staff at Ridge Road, 7th and 8th, and the academy. And the auxiliary gym floor was refinished by gym masters. Now the arena floor is to begin Monday, and it will be sanded down to the wood grain and repainted with new graphics and gym paint, the original court. The picture you see on the right is Ridge Road gym floor, and on left it's the 6th grade hallway that's stripped and waxed. They always look good when they're stripped and waxed. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Miss Martin.
I give y'all the
Chef's kiss to the team.
That building was, we still need 12 custodians.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, I just want to, again, recognize all of our, I know this is long, but this is the only one time a year in which our leaders get to share, and I think you saw about their passion for this work. And there's a lot of information and how serious they take the opening of school, but also a successful school year. Everybody's working together. We're moving all in the same direction, and I just couldn't be more proud of them, our leaders, our teachers, our employees, everybody. Seeing some results in our data is positive that we're moving in the right direction, so kudos to all of our employees.
And way to jump in some classrooms. I love it.
Okay, what's next?
Yeah. I know it's long, but our next information item and our last, I don't know, and I do appreciate.
I'll email my questions in.
Right, I'm scared to ask.
You all can leave if you want to.
The next and the last information item is our capital improvement project priority update, and I'd like to call my colleague, Mr. Brown, our CFO, Mr. Scott Beardsley, and Mr. Tessman. And these gentlemen are going to provide a very high-level overview, that we talked about, that we have. This is an update to the board and the public about receiving some capital improvement money from the state, and where do we go from here, and our next steps, and what direction the board would like to go. Mr. Brown, I'm going to turn it over to you to kick us off.
Hold a yawn in.
Thank you, Dr. Paluski, members of the board. So we're going to give you some information on our capital improvement plan projects. This evening, we're going to talk about some provided cost estimates of proposed items on our capital improvement list, outline a new middle school funding information, review capital improvement project lists, and discuss additional mills that are needed to fund capital improvement projects. So I'm going to ask Mr. Darrell Tessman if he would to deliver the good news to you. that was delivered to the district.
As of July 20th, 2023, about 2:53 in the afternoon, North Little Rock was approved and funded for $20.8 million and some change in partnership funds.
So on our project discussion list here, we have the new middle school, renovation of Old Main, demolition of the old sophomore and annex, administration annex, renovation of the Octagon building for school safety, demolition of the old police and courts building, new parking lot constructions at the police and courts location, also proposed purchase of a new administrative annex. So we have those projects listed out. This is an updated list that you've received before. But you'll see the projected cost of a new middle school is $64 million. Also, we're projecting $15 million for the renovation of Old Main, $1 million for the demo of sophomore and the administrative annex, $500,000 for the renovation of the police, the old police administration in the Octagon building. That's nearing completion. Also demo of the police and courts, an estimated parking lot there, $3 million, parking lot construction with lights and cameras on that property, and the proposed purchase of a new administrative annex, which we've presented to the board. That's still in the works to bring that information to you, and contingencies. That's a $92.5 million project list that we have put together. On the projected revenue, we have $25 million in the building fund balance as of 8/1. We're projecting savings from the bond refinance over the next 3 years, $18 million. State partnership funding that Mr. Tessman just talked about is $20.8 million. We're also planning to apply for partnership funding for the renovation of Old Main. That would be in the next funding cycle, which would be in May of 2025. And then we're backing out $10 million to retain a balance in our building fund. So that leaves us $59 million in projected revenue for those projects. So there's a difference of $33.5 million that would be needed for that entire list of projects. So what we've done is work with Mr. Beardsley on calculating the needed mills to fund that $33.5 million. That's
Mr. Brown, that the $5 million for the additional for the partnership.
Yes.
We don't know if that's going to be there, right?
That's correct. That's we have to apply for that, and then we'll have to wait on funding announcements. Yes, sir. Okay. So the $33.5 million, we were looking for funding sources to fund that. Mr. Beardsley has done some calculations, and we'll go over those with you in just a moment. Our current millage rate is 48.3 mills. And just a little bit of information about that millage. Our assessment for the North Little Rock School District is $922 million. We generally sit around a 95% collection rate, with 1 mil of tax generating about $876,000 annual dollars of revenue for the district. So what we're also doing tonight is presenting you an option there for considering operational mills in addition to the debt service mills. So the operational mills would be an avenue for us to address salary schedule increases for all employees in the district, specifically for some of those schedules that we've talked about in the past that are pretty low on the hourly wage. So 3 mills we've generated there would generate $2.6 million annually in revenue. 2 mills would generate $1.7 million in annual revenue. And again, our current millage rate is 48.3 mills. On this next slide, I just wanted to give you some millage report information. And I put on this list some of the schools that are surrounding us, and then some of the schools that we regularly compare our salaries to. And if you'll notice, the ones that are shaded in green, which are North Little Rock, Benton, Bryant, Conway, Cabot, and Fayetteville, those green are the ones that meet the minimum 25 maintenance and operation meals that are required in the state of Arkansas. So the district shaded in green have 25 maintenance and operation meals. The ones that are not shaded in green, Little Rock, Pulaski County, Jacksonville, North Pulaski, Rogers, Bentonville, those schools that you see that have better salary schedules also have additional M&O meals. And I've subtracted those out. Little Rock has 9 additional meals beyond the 25. Pulaski County has a 0.9 meals. Jacksonville has 0.9. Rogers has 4.4. Bentonville has 2 meals. And of course, the information to the right just shows you what type of revenue is generated by those additional maintenance and operation meals for those schools. So in the Little Rock School District, they generate that number at the far right, $38 million, that they can take and invest in their maintenance and operation, and including salary schedules. Pulaski County generates an additional $3 million, Jacksonville $400,000, Rogers $11 million, Bentonville nearly $6 million. So if you go back one slide, that's where we talk about the maintenance and operation meals. North Little Rock sits at the minimum 25. And another way to consider investing in your salary schedules is to consider asking the voters for an additional support of millage for operational expenses there. So what we want to talk to you about tonight is going forward. We've got 3 options here that we're going to talk about. The first option is the 2.6 mills for the North Little Rock Middle School and 3 additional mills for operating. That would be a 5.6 mill increase request for the voters. Option number 2 would be a 2.6 mills for the North Little Rock Middle School, 2.0 mills for operation for salary schedules. That'd be 4.6 mills request to the voters. And we also have an option 3, where it's a 2.6 mill for the middle school project and 0 mills for operations. So what I'm going to do is ask Mr. Beardsley now to talk to you about those 3 options, what that millage calculation looks like, and also election information that you'll need to consider going forward from tonight and what that time frame looks like.
Okay. Given the hour of the evening, and you guys have been sitting, and that we have really talked about this already at your February workshop. We've talked about it during the summer, and our last discussion was that because you did not receive partnership funding from the state for the middle school, we just put everything on pause. So when you received the letter that you now have $20.8 million from the state, the question for the board is, are you ready to unpause the process? So the timeline that the district is looking at is, in order to present something to the voters this calendar year, your election is in November. And you would need to decide at your August regular meeting in order to meet the publication requirement for the November election. The advantage of presenting it in November of 23 is that unless something else comes up, I think you will be the only thing on the ballot in North Little Rock. The city of Little Rock is considering a sales tax increase, but there's no overlap between the city of Little Rock and the North Little Rock School District.
Right.
But there would be some discussion. We would have to make sure that we clarified with voters that the school district is doing something different, obviously, than the city. But other than that, we would have no other competing voices talking about the election and getting the word out to people that if they want to support the school districts, here's when the election is, and come vote. If the board would prefer to have further discussion and defer the decision till 2024, 24 is a unique year in that it's a presidential election year. And Arkansas has chosen to move its May election to March in order to be part of Super Tuesday. So the board in a presidential election has to make the decision earlier, more in advance, and the elections move forward to March. So we would need to decide at the November board election what's going to be on the March ballot. We would have the challenge that it's the presidential primary, and there will be a number of candidates competing and a number of messages going out there to make sure that taxpayers and patrons know what the school district is asking, understand the request, and hopefully have them come out and vote during the presidential primary. If the board wants to wait till its regular November election, we have the most time to prepare voters for the election, but we're going to be competing against the presidential election, and we'll be trying to get our message out against people running for president and all the candidates for the House. So that the timeline would be, we're here to answer questions tonight. If there's an indication from the board that you're ready to make a decision at your regular August meeting, we'll have the appropriate documents there and get it published in the newspaper to meet all the statutory requirements in order to have the election in November. And the information hasn't changed from the last two times you've seen it about what 2.6 mills cost the average voter in North Little Rock. I'm glad to go over that. The options that are before you as far as M&O mills were related to some discussions the board had at previous workshops where I think you were conscious of trying to not ask the average homeowner in North Little Rock for more than a $200 increase and sort of backing back into that. And we can walk through those charts if you'd like, or we can not walk through them and I can just answer your questions.
Start walking.
All right. So this is what we're calling option one, which would be kind of the largest request the board would be considering, which is the millage increase of 2.6 mills, which would allow you to borrow $33.5 million and fund your share of the middle school. I have highlighted orange, blue, and green columns. Orange is a $100,000 asset. So whether that's your car, your boat, your piece of inventory if you're a business, if the asset's $100,000, you're currently paying $966 to the North Little Rock School District in taxes, and the bond increase would raise it to $1,018 or $52 a year or $4.33 a month. I highlight that figure because it's easy for people to multiply. If you have a $500,000 house, multiply it by 5. If you have $1 million business, multiply it by 10. The blue and green are to give you an idea of just some very casual research we did on what's the value of the average home in North Little Rock. It's somewhere between $150,000 and $170,000. So if the average person in North Little Rock in the average home is paying somewhere currently between $1,449 and $1,642 in school tax, it'll go up $78 to $88 a year depending on the value of their home, or between $6.50 a month and $7.37 a month. So the math is going to be the same in the next chart. If the board wants to ask for 3 new mills, it's the same, yeah, thank you. It's 3 new mills. If you add that to the 2.6 for debt, then it's the bottom chart on there where the yellow column is 5.6 new mills. So we're asking someone that is in a $150,000 house to pay $14 more a month or $168. And if you're in a $170,000 house, $190 per year or $15 per month. Keep in mind that school tax is not just paid on real estate, it's on anything that has a tag, car, boat, truck, RV, motorcycle. And I use home in my examples because that's the largest asset for most people, but if asked, we want to be clear that it applies to all real estate and personal property that you currently pay taxes on. The next option is if you feel like that's too much of a request and you want to reduce the M&O from 3 new mills to 2 new mills. At the bottom, there's tabs on the worksheet. If we go to the tab that says option 2 at the bottom. Thank you. And then scroll to the bottom of the page. So again, for that hypothetical homeowner, it's $150,000. We'd be asking them for $138 a year, or $11.50. At $170,000 home value, $156 a year, or $13. The last option would be, we don't want to discuss adding any more mills for M&O at this time. We want to focus only on the middle school, and that's the option number 3 at the bottom, and that goes back to, again, the $100,000 house or asset. We're asking for $52 just for the middle school, and you can see it go up from there on a per year basis. The last tab at the bottom is the recap, and I don't know if you can blow that up with a little bit. It's the bottom right corner is the plus sign. There you go. And I've given it to you for the $100,000 asset or the $150,000 or $170,000 home.
Madam President,
Yes.
Mr. Brown, could you remind me on the middle school building project, is that both campuses, or is that includes the 6th grade campus?
Yes.
So redoing that, or are we looking at building a building that would encompass 6th, 7th, and 8th?
It'll be rebuilding.
2 buildings.
All, 6th grade, 7th, and 8th grade buildings. So all buildings, except for the new addition of the 6th grade that was done during our last renovation. That whole renovation would be done.
And
so
the,
we're talking
the
about
cafeteria.
building one building.
Cafeteria, yes, cafeteria.
Okay. If you can see, Mr. Steele, in the picture, it is still multiple buildings, all on the same campus, and it's a phased construction where they build one of the buildings, move the kids into it, demo the old building, and do that multiple times to stay on the same campus and be operational during the project.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
So the decision has to be made by
The next board meeting.
August in order for us to put this on the ballot
This calendar year.
this calendar year.
This November.
And 2.6 is the minimum. It will go towards middle school only.
No raises, right?
No raises, no.
Well, it'll go toward the list of projects
Okay,
that
very
we
good.
had on here.
Okay, so Old Main is included in that.
Old Main is included with the caveat that we would apply for and receive $5 million in partnership funding in May of 2025.
That's the 2.6.
That's the 2.6.
And say it again, what come out of that 2.6?
2.6 would be all of the items on that list of projects.
Okay.
So the demolition of sophomore and administrative annex, demolition of the old police and courts, of course the renovation of Octagon building, new purchase of the new administrative annex that's being proposed, and
The Old Main building.
Old Main renovation.
Contingent on.
Contingent on.
Everybody's going to have to practice saying that.
Well,
Everybody's going to have to practice saying that.
I
I
asked the
wanted to say
question.
the Old Main, to really give some leverage, because we have not been in a position to really just go in and do what we need to do for Old Main. And then if we get no school and all the demolitions and all the renovations, it's something really and truly, the presentation that you made to us during our retreat, that needs to be shown to at one of our meetings. And you telling us we need to vote on this, but I think that we kind of got lost in the shuffle where they could have been able to see what all, prior what you all presented, Mr. Beardsley. And I don't know when you can do it, but I think it would really have a tremendous impact. sometimes it's visual, and like you got that little piece up there where you all really had some in detail.
Can you speak into the mic?
Okay. In detail, you had designs and things for us. You recall that, right? Mr. Beardsley, you do recall that?
I do, but those are really Mr. Taggart's drawings. So, he's going to have to speak to the phasing of the middle school and all the exciting things they're going to do there. And I know he'd be glad to go over that again because the pictures are really exciting.
Well, I appreciate it, and I'm excited about what you're saying about everything, but people were wondering if the school going to be built at one time, or would it be built in segments? How would it be? I know the state allocated us the $22 million, and we need to come up with the other money. But what I was asking, with us getting the 2.5, will the school be built immediately? What you were showing us initially, we were going to build it in segments.
It'll be
phases,
It'll be
yes.
phase construction. It'll, we'll have to, let's see, can you scroll?
I think it starts with the
It'll
auditorium.
show you it'll show you the phasing here. So there's the current layout, and then scroll down. So the first portion of the demo,
right?
That first set of red buildings there will be the first demo that goes.
That's what the auditorium is. Okay.
That's the auditorium, and then the first building that would be built would be the 7th and 8th grade building there. And then the next phase of demo would be the old 7th and 8th grade. And then scroll, and then this would come in. So you're building, you have to leave classrooms in order to educate kids and phase this in. And then we take out the old 7th and 8th grade, and then one more down, then the demo of that 6th grade building there, and then a new gym building in the back. So
yeah, that's what you showed us. So
yes.
I just didn't know. You were trying to get through here tonight,
yes.
and you run through it, and I appreciate that very much. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about that, since you're talking, you said we would have to vote on this next week.
No, the regular board meeting, the 17th of August.
And otherwise, you'd have to delay it until you said, because you said 24 certainly would be very bad. That's everybody's election.
It's everybody's election.
Right.
And part of the challenge is the state has awarded you these funds in 2023. And Mr. Tessman can speak to the date at which you have to start construction. But one of the advantages of pushing forward is if by chance we're defeated in November of 23, then the board would have the opportunity to come back at either March or November of 24 and still be able to get it approved. And otherwise, the funding has to start in 2025, and our next opportunity to go to the voters would be May of 2025. Because as a reminder, for those of you that have been on the board a long time, the state has taken away your right to have special elections at any time. You're now restricted to having it in May and November, unless it's a presidential year, and then it's March and November, and you can only have one election per calendar year.
So then you run the chance of trying to race with the funds that before they are like null and void.
I'll speak about the timeline. The timeline is all driven by the funded date that I told you earlier, 7/20/23. First deadline we have is construction start deadline. That is signified by a contract with the construction manager or the architect, and that date is 1/20/25.
That's when we have to break ground.
No physical work, just a contract.
Okay.
That signifies it.
Okay.
The project completion date, as it stands, is 7/20/27. That's when your construction had to be completed. Now, in the past, whenever a district has gone out for a millage, if there's extenuating circumstances, let's say you have to come back, you can submit a waiver request to the division to extend that time. Not guaranteed, it's been done before, there's precedence, but you can request that. At any one of these steps, you can request a waiver from the division, but it has to show extenuating circumstances.
So like if we were waiting on materials, that would be
Yes,
an
I believe it would be,
Okay.
if I was in that seat.
You know, Scott, my opinion, just looking at this tonight, and remember our last conversation, but now that we have the funding, I'm not so sure being involved in a presidential election is a bad thing. Number one, your voter turnout will be extremely high. Two, people normally, when your voter turnout is high, support education initiatives like millages when your voter turnout is high. The third reason I think that right now, with all these presentations we just heard, I really would like to see these school grades going in the right direction. Then it gives us more of a story to tell that we're doing better as a district. This is why we need the millage increase. But to rush it out now and be in November by ourselves, that will be a tremendous challenge. Because if you lose in November and then try to come back, it's going to be a tougher sale. And that's on just the surface tonight that I'm looking at without any analytics to it.
I think the challenge on primaries and presidential elections is for voters to know what the district is asking. Because the way that the question will appear on the ballot will be what the district is asking and then a long legal description. And at the bottom it will say for tax and against tax. And, you know,
Or millage.
Yeah, and it says for tax and against tax is kind of how it summarizes it at the bottom. And I think there is the possibility with some voters who don't know what the issue is to drop to the end of all the verbiage where the checkbox is and vote against tax if they don't know what's going on. So it's just really incumbent on us to make sure that people know what North Little Rock's asking, and because the district cannot spend money, taxpayer money, to influence the outcome of the election, you can only inform, then it usually means some private group has to be formed to fundraise in order to get the yes vote information out. And when you're competing against all those other messages, sometimes that's a challenge. But there is higher voter turnout, and North Little Rock has historically really supported its schools. The last campaign was a huge success. We don't want to take that for granted. So you guys know your community and know how that's going to be received better than I do.
How will, Pine Bluff is doing something right now regarding a millage. So where would we compete on the number of the millage? Because I think they stated that Pine Bluff would have the highest millage in the state. But I could be wrong on that, so that's why I'm inquiring. Are we within range? Are we high? Are we low? Are we okay?
When North Little Rock had the 2013 campaign, they went to being one of the highest villages in the state. And so I think you're currently tied for third or fourth. And whether you ask for just the bond issue or any of the M&O, it moves you to second because there's a huge gap between Earl's at 54 and change and everybody else is under 50. So regardless of what you ask for, you're going to be the second highest.
Gotcha.
Dr. Reddish?
If we're going to do it, me personally, we'll have a better chance if we include salary increases.
Include what?
Salary increases. To just do it for the building itself is a harder sell than to say we're going to give increases.
I don't know.
Ms.
I
Temple,
don't know about that.
what's your opinion?
I don't know. I was looking at the
You retired now.
building fund balance, and I thought it was higher than that. And I'm sitting here just trying to go through my mind thinking, where have we spent over $5 million? I know we've, I know some projects we've done, but it seems like we've spent a lot of money that I've forgotten about. So, I don't know, I'm just processing all the information and I don't know. But you answered the question, would have to make a decision, what did you say?
This next board meeting.
No, would have to have a contract by January of 25.
Contract by, January 2025.
January 20th of 2025?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What is the likelihood of us losing the funding if we don't have it on the ballot by March of next year, correct, Scott? March of next year.
And November is your regular election. So it would, normally you would ask in November of 24. You have the right to move it forward to March. So that would be something for the board to discuss the next couple of months is which election do you prefer as far as timing goes in 2024?
Okay.
Does it,
Miss,
cost
back
us
to you,
the
Miss
same
Temple.
for either election? Like, if we do a March election, does that cost us more than if we just went ahead and did a November?
Okay, so the school district's annual school election is currently set in November. So you're required to have your millage and any board members that are up for election in November. So if you do it this November, there's no additional cost because you're required to do it anyway. If you choose in 2024 to move it forward to March, any board members would still be on the ballot in November. And so you would pay a portion of the primary election that you would not normally pay. So there would be some cost by having the election in March of 24.
Okay, Ms. West. Thank you. You were shaking your head.
No, that was my thinking shake. Whichever one, if we just have to make a decision. If it has to be August, you said an August date to decide for November, right? So we just have to figure that portion out. Me personally, I'll be willing to support whatever's encompass raises for our employees because we definitely need to bring them up as far as our custodian staff and our cafeteria workers. I'm good with it.
Okay, one last quick question.
I'm sorry.
One last quick question, promise.
You can have many questions you want. It's on
So give me again that scenario with building the middle school without a millage increase.
Well, option 3 that we talked about does involve a millage increase. It is 2.6 new mills. That's required to support the bond issue. But what we were looking at is if the board did not want to ask for additional M&O mills, then the minimum you would ask for would be 2.6 to support the bond issue.
That's still a millage.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Okay, and Dr. Paluski, you want to make a
No,
statement?
just, Madam President, just for a point of clarity, you mentioned Taggart Architects. We do have a special board meeting next week just to do personnel. Is it the wish of the board to have Taggart Architect back at that time just to talk, to answer building questions, design questions? I'll leave that up to.
Well, for us to be voting on it, to say we're going to have it, all the work comes after the board say we want it. That's my understanding. Is that you sure? Mr. Brown, lead me and guide me. How does it say, if we made this decision, what is the first thing happen? You said, I heard you say we'd have to get a route because the board could not pay for advertisement. We would have to find somebody, some business persons in the community who would support this idea. And then from there, you start campaigning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Lead me and guide me if I missed a point.
Well, I'll defer to Mr.
So the Arkansas Ethics Commission has a link on their website for people who want to form a ballot campaign. And so, in the past, the North Little Rock Chamber of Commerce and other private businesses have been willing to contribute to a Vote Yes campaign. There are requirements on registering those donations, and there's a process to follow, because those private funds can be used to make signs that say Vote Yes, take out ads, do those sorts of things. The school district cannot spend taxpayer money to influence the outcome of the election. You may only provide information. So you can have a town hall meeting, and we could do the same presentation Brian and I just did, and let people attend and ask questions. And you can send home information with the students as long as you follow your district policy on communicating with families and what can go home, as long as it's informational. You just can't put vote yes on there, and you just want to make sure the information, I hate to use the word twice, is informational. You know, it's not an emotional appeal. It's not really one-sided. It's got to be factual, because you can inform, but you can't influence.
Somebody else got a statement here to make?
I'm good.
Okay. Dr. Beluski, you asked a question, Like I said, I heard what he said. It's up to the board to decide what you all want to do.
Sure.
Because it seems like it's happening so fast. I think that's what's happening. And so what is the desire of the board that you want to do?
Well, I
Well,
remember the
you don't
tonight
have to
is-
decide tonight.
No,
Right,
but I
tonight's
think we
just
should bring the Taggart
information.
people back to make sure that we get that refreshed out there, and, you know, so the public can see that again. Possibly,
For the
for the next one.
which will be next Thursday.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Please.
What is the decision? Excuse me, Mr. Steele? I'm
Yes,
coming
ma'am.
down the road asking you all, okay?
No, I don't think I'll be here.
What is your opinion? I heard what you said about the 24th year, but at this point, where do you stand? It's not like we're asking for a vote here. We are asking now if we would like to make this presentation to the public again to see them to get some input. Is that the statement that we're hearing?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay
Yes.
then. So that's all informational piece.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Walker?
Yes, ma'am. Agreed.
Ms. Dr. Redis?
Agree.
Ms. Temple?
Yes.
Okay, Ms.
Agree.
West. Okay, so you heard the decision.
So,
Dr. Paluski, you will take a poll on the date.
so just to be clear, we do have a special board meeting scheduled for next Thursday. That was just intended to do hiring for, you know, as we're getting ready to start school. So the will of the board is to have, at that special board meeting, I guess, then we could have an information, is that the workshop then? How's that work? The special board meeting would be
Just
action.
Informational items.
Special board meeting will be at
We could do an
5:30.
information item.
We can have an
Workshop
information item and a
anytime.
special, okay, it doesn't have to be workshop, okay. Then we'll just, that's the will of the board, we'll have Taggart Architects back, this whole team. We'll just kind of do a recap of the February retreat in which we just talked about the building, the design, the phase-in, and any of those questions.
Those three important issues that you discussed, Mr. Beardsley.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, two had salaries and the other two was telling you about. And even if you had the salary, was the old main still up in there?
It's contingent on receiving partnership
Yeah.
funding in
No.
May of 2025.
But I heard what you said, but to me, we never, the other time, we didn't go with no teacher salary. I think people need to say, this is one thing, that's my opinion. And I heard what Dr. Ritter said about, she thought about the money for people, but then people have a problem, I'm paying my taxes and paying your salary. They don't do that to pass millages. And after all that I've seen fall off and not voted on. So anyway, again, it's the board decision, and once we vote on it, Dr. Paluska will have a secretary to get the dates out to us. Is there anything else you all would like to discuss?
Well, I may
Thank
not
you,
be
Dr.
here
Paluska.
because I got back to school as well on the 10th, but I would advocate that you start bringing in the stakeholders, just at least to see the community leaders and stakeholders.
Right.
And
That's why we were trying to have it, because they need to be aware that this is a presentation of a future, something that the board would have to make a decision on. That is the main purpose. Because we had this, we've seen it. That's why I say they need to see it. Because I don't think nobody was up tonight at 9:15 to watch us. Okay. Okay.